All righty. let's uh, let's start with. We have 5 topics to discuss in today's live stream. The first is going to be something that's pretty serious in regards to the Philippines culture and how it's being destroyed with the use of the face masks, or what some call face diapers, with the addition of face, because it's just common sense that with the mask on and the face shield, whatever you say verbally is being reflected back in the opposite direction of what you're saying. So you have to speak 30 or 40% louder for someone to hear your voice. Then, in addition to what is being reflected back towards you, as far as a person with a face shield on and a mask, the sound is being sent around the face shield and being blocked to their ears receiving the sound itself. So they have to really listen much more carefully to what you're saying, and that probably reduces their ability to hear by 30%. So what's happening is, what I've noticed is on the jeepneys. Hello, Michael. Welcome to the machine. Michael McFarland, a long-term friend. Thank you for stopping by. What's happening is on the jeepneys, whereas in my videos from 2014 on in the Philippines, where all of the people on the jeepneys would get on, and the Philippines people would all talk with one another, whether they knew each other or not. They'd strike up a conversation. Well, that's no longer happening. So typically in 2014, we're still riding the same jeepneys to and from the city. Sometimes inside the jeepney would be 43, 45, 50 people, depending on whether or not they were children. And they would all talk to one another. But that's all gone. It's not happening anymore. In fact, the fact that we're being separated by these plastic vapor barriers, the face shield, the mask, people just sit down into a little cubicle that you'll see in the newer videos I've made, and they will play with their phone or play a game or maybe text, but there's no more verbal communication. That's just not happening at all. And another thing I've noticed is that from my older videos, the women and or families would come on the jeepney with their children and or babies and bring them with them to the city. That doesn't happen anymore either. I don't think I've seen a family with their children on the jeepney since the lockdown started. Number one, because the jeepney price has exactly doubled since March of 2020. And number two, they have reduced what used to be 43 passengers down to 12 people in the back of a jeepney, where there was normally 43, 42, 44, and one person in the front, where normally they would put 2 people in the front. So the culture itself has changed, that no one is communicating with one another, and they're not bringing their families with them to the city, which means the children are not getting an education as to what the city looks like. So that's one thing I've noticed that has changed drastically about the Philippines. But it's not just the jeepneys. When I spent 20 hours in the BIR, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, on 5 different trips to the city since July 27th of 2020, the people in the office of the BIR are are now separated by 2 chairs. They are not communicating with one another. But more importantly, when you do try to talk to somebody who has a face mask and a face shield on, because that's mandatory inside the BIR, they don't want to talk to you, not because they don't want to talk to you, but it's just an inconvenience to try to talk to somebody. And moving a little further into the actual psychological thing of the face mask and face shield, it's separating people from talking and or communication with one another because it's just too hard to carry on a conversation where they have to yell or speak very loud and you have to stop doing whatever you're doing to listen. It's not the normal way of life here in the Philippines. So the face masks and the face shields have changed the culture to where there is basically no communication, not between myself and the Philippines people, but between the Philippines people themselves. Now, I have a thing I do when I'm moving around making videos. I ask people certain questions as to whether or not they know anybody that has gotten the Jabba Dabba Doo syndrome. And so far, probably of 50 people, let's just say, on a small scale, 50 people I have asked if they know anybody that's gotten sick. 2 people that I can recall, one in the BIR and one in the dentist office, said they knew somebody that got sick, but that person was not on the island of Bohol. So no one in Bohol knows anyone that's sick from the Jabba Dabba Doo syndrome. They will tell you that it's in Cebu. It's in Cebu. That's their answer. Or it's in Manila. But they don't know that to be true. So I have up on my screen 3 tabs with Dr. Fauci in the beginning saying that the masks were unnecessary. Then he changed his mind, of course. I also have a video tab up on my screen where President Trump said that the masks were not necessary. And then, of course, he changed his mind. So there are also several hundred or several thousand doctors that have differing opinions on whether or not the face masks and face shields stop the spread of the Jabba Dabba Doo syndrome. But here in the Philippines, you're required to wear a mask and a face shield in some places, but a mask always. So we do it as courtesy to the government. But there are a lot of people in other countries that are saying that they don't wish to wear a mask. And places like Sweden, I think, or Denmark have chosen not to abide by any of the rules. And the statistics for the Jabba Dabba Doo syndrome are no different than the statistics from other countries. So there is also the theory that without any protective gear, eventually people will just adapt to the Jabba Dabba Doo syndrome, and it will be as common as the common cold, which is basically the substrate of the Jabba Dabba Doo syndrome. And everybody knows this. So what is being done worldwide and globally, in that it has stopped commerce worldwide and globally, is probably a bigger reason to make all the hoopla about the Jabba Dabba Doo syndrome. The bigger reason would be to stop commerce and to destroy the economic structure of what was once the greatest nation on earth, America, in as far as industry, has now become a very poor country, and it's getting poorer by the day. So if you ask yourself, when was the last time in history that the whole world ever agreed on anything? And we're talking North Korea, South Korea, Japan, China, America, Russia, Lithuania, Germany, France, Belgium, Africa. When was the last time in the history of the world that all nations agreed on anything? And the answer to that question is never. So if I went through the statistics of the Jabba-Dabba-Doo syndrome, I would say that for every 1,000 people that are supposed to have it, pretty much the statistics remain the same. At about, out of 1,000 people that are supposed to have the Jabba-Dabba-Doo syndrome, 10 die. The rest recover. And of those 10, typically, 4 of those 10 are people in their 90s with other ailments. 4 of those people are in their 80s with other ailments. 1 of those people are in their 70s with other ailments, and 1 person is in their 60s or less with other ailments. But more importantly, 80% of the people in their 70s, 80s, and 90s are in nursing homes where masks were never mandatory, and the healthcare workers would go from one nursing home in the morning to one in the afternoon and another one the next day. And in fact, it's possible that they were bringing the Jabba-Dabba-Doo syndrome around with them. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on with this that no one is sure as to what is and what is not true. Now, what is true, we'll just talk about Trump for a minute. And my friend Gary Kennedy and my other friends that want Trump to win, well, he's probably the only viable solution or possible solution to making a difference in a positive way. But I'm not sure that he's going to do that. I think that just like the rest of the presidents, when they get in office, they have plans and they have dreams and they have goals. And then they get into office and somebody comes along and says, look, we need to talk. And they talk and they say, look, this is the way it is. And the way you want it to be is not the way it's going to be. Now, one big thing that Trump did using sign language, but not Masonic sign language. One big thing that Trump did is in a video I have as a tab at the top. And what he did at a rally where he said that he was going to make America great again and get the vaccine out to everyone in America. Let me get you the name of the article. And it's Trump promises prosperity, epic job growth, and safe vaccine. So I'm going to turn the camera around and I'm going to show you how Trump has used sign language, symbolism, to tell you and me and everyone that I don't think he believes that the virus is as detrimental as it stated that it is. And I don't sure that these black gloves that he is wearing were an accident on this day and this day only. So let me get to the article. So here is Trump's video of Trump promises prosperity, epic job growth, and a safe vaccine. Okay, so up. We have to. Ah, boy. Trump promises. Okay, so it's I pushed the wrong button. That happens, you know. Okay, so in this video that you're going to see, he is wearing about the jabba dabba doo syndrome and how it's going to help the American people. But the black gloves, where are we? The black gloves symbolize in sign language black hands, we could say it like that, or dirty hands. Let's see, where are we? We lost it altogether. Okay, here we are. Okay, so let me get this stopped. When he puts his hand up, you're going to see a pair of black gloves right now. Okay, give it another second. He brings it back up again. Okay, his hand has a black glove on it. Now, this is at a rally. This is at a rally where he's talking about the jabba dabba doo syndrome, and he's got these black gloves on. I've watched about 25 presidential debates, and he has never worn black gloves in any debate or on any Trump speech or stump speech. I believe he's given you a secret sign language by the use of these black gloves to tell you that what he's saying is not true. So if you go to a tab called "What Does Black Glove Symbolize?" or "What Do Black Gloves Mean?" We'll go to that one. What does black gloves symbolize? Black gloves, black ones were worn at funerals. Okay, so that's pretty much common. And those expected would be expected to wear them. What do black gloves symbolize? Often gloves merely symbolize the hand itself. However, they signify high status, clean hands, white gloves, as cleanliness and purity. That's white gloves. But black gloves symbolize dirty hands. That's a saying that they use lawyers use. So white gloves signify cleanliness and purity, but black gloves symbolize death. And here is the one I was looking for. Black gloves suggest bad intentions while handling a situation. Evil methods, carefulness to avoid being caught doing something dishonest. Criminal-minded self-protection. Handling a situation in an excessive, dangerous manner, or handling a situation in a manner that scares others. So that's what black gloves mean. So it basically, it could symbolize that his hands were cold, but he's never worn gloves in any other rally black that I can find. And it could just symbolize that he's dealing with a nefarious situation, and he wants you to see that in hand symbolism. Now, they do that. Everyone knows that politicians, for the most part, are Masons. And Masons use hand signals and hand signs every day. Now, there are lots of them. There are probably 100 that you have to learn, and some are more obvious than others. But to me, being that I can't find another rally with Trump with black gloves on, Although there probably are, I couldn't find one that day that I had these tabs up there. So I think being that that entire speech that he was having was about how it's necessary and it's going to become mandatory, and we're going to use the military to help people get the vaccine. I think he was sending out a subliminal message that this is bad business. That's what I think. So I'm going to go back to the comments. If you are making a lot of comments and I don't get to them, it's because I'm not going to break my train of thought. But you are welcome to you are welcome to leave comments. So let's see, Jesse SS. I have no idea who you are. Keep it clean. Yeah, the states have idiots wearing masks, says Patrick Bakers, while in their cars with the windows rolled up. That's crazy. The masks also, besides reflecting the sound back to you, and the other mask reflecting the sound around the person's ears, the mask also reduces, well, we have something called vision. I would suggest you put the mask on and try to read a chart that you can read clear as day without the mask on. Let's say when I was in the BIR, for instance, I could look up and read the numbers when I was going to get called for which window and what I had to do next. But if I put the mask, the face shield on, I could not see those numbers. So it's reducing your eyesight itself, which is dangerous. It's very dangerous. I mean, in the BIR, there are white steps or gray steps with gray treads and gray rises. Only Jack Thompson would know what a gray tread and a riser is. But in dimly lit staircases, and then even then, it's lit with fluorescent light bulbs, which screw with your eyes to begin with. So it was hard to see the steps in the BIR. And we're going to talk about the BIR in a minute. I got 5 things I'm going to talk about today. That's why I'm not going to be able to get to everybody's comments. So when I walked up the stairs have a 6-inch rise, 10.5-inch tread, which is nice. It's a public building. It's good if you're elderly and you can't make an 8-inch or 7.5-inch rise going up the stairs. And they do have railings, but it's hard to see them. So when I walked up the stairs, I did not fall down, but my inability to see the step, I stumbled. However, someone did fall down that day on the stairs, and they did have the face shield on, which is mandatory. So it is interfering with your ability to see what's at ground level or where you're going to put your foot next, as does the mask, because the mask covers. Just put your hand over your face like this. Now look down where you are right now. Just stand still or sit still and look at the table. Just look down at the table or the floor. Now put your hand over your nose. Just put your hand over your nose. What do you see? What do you see? You see 30% less of the ground, which means now when you see the stairs in front of you, you have to anticipate what's going to happen, not in real time, so to speak. It's very dangerous. If you're outside and you have a face shield on, which they did make people wear face shields for a while in Bahal, you can't see. Peripheral vision is basically non-existent. Seeing where the curb is non-existent in real time, because just sit there and put your hand over your mouth like this. Sit there, look at the table, don't move. Now put your hand over your nose. What can you see? You can see this much less of the ground. Well, that's not how your mind has been working since you were born. So, how many accidents, how many deaths, how many car accidents, how many people have fallen down and stumbled, how many people have fallen down and broken bones because they couldn't see the ground in real time? Lots, probably. They won't tell you this. It's part of their, it's part of what they use to cover up the truth. They're not going to give you those statistics. But I would imagine right now that the statistics about people falling down and getting injured, car accidents, motorcycle accidents, that getting hit by cars and motorcycles, I would imagine they're on the rise. And I also would imagine if someone has to wear a face shield, that they're hitting more things. Now, I can't prove it, but common sense says if you're looking at the table right now and you put your hand over your mouth and your nose, you can see 30% less of the ground, which means you can see 30% less of where you think you're going. And that's a fact. Now we're going to talk about, we are going to talk about Warren H. We're going to talk about a guy who was known as the hemorrhoid. We're going to talk about the hemorrhoid and why he does what he does. And we're going to talk about the BIR now, being that I was on that subject. Let me read some comments. I know the city here in Lake and the rapid test. I don't, Michael McFarland, you're talking about the city of Leyte having a rapid test. The test kits themselves, for the most part, have been proven to be faulty. I was down by wall at the 3 different border locations. In the locations, there were 2 walls near the border towns. I don't know what that means. Mickey Mason, you could believe whatever you want. None of the people at that rally had gloves on, and it was 3 weeks ago before winter set in. So it's freezing, but he never wears gloves. You left that part out. Very rarely does he ever wear gloves on and off the helicopter. But why did he do that when no one else in the crowd, one person in the entire crowd had gloves on? You can believe whatever you want. Trump 2020. Trump is a New World Order globalist pig. And what you want to believe beyond that is he's your best bet, and even that bet sucks. So I don't want to hear any more about Trump. Trump is a New World Order globalist pig, and that's what he is. Yeah, Patrick Bach, another one. Wearing 30, you've done below 30. This was 3 weeks ago, going on 4 weeks ago, the rally was. You guys with this Trump thing, you think that Trump is going to save your ass from what's coming down the pike? I have been telling you, Patrick Barker, and your commentary, which makes no sense. Did I give you a date when the thing happened? Did I tell you what day it was? I'll give you the date. It was October 20th. Was one of them where he wore the black gloves, and October 28th was another one. And I don't care how cold it is. The rallies before that one, that week, and the week after, he had no gloves on. And where was he? He was in Nebraska. Nebraska's a cold state. Just keep saying Trump. Trump has led you down the path of destruction. Trump is a New World Order globalist pig. He's controlled 100% by one of 2 great states, the great state of Israel and the powers that be in the Vatican. I have told you this was coming for 10 years. It's here. People have told you for 10 years. Cashless society, mandatory vaccinations. People have told you this for 10 years. You're not listening. Trump, 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 Trump. You people that believe that Trump is going to be any different than Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden have a 5% chance of that. The rest, he has sold you out. He has given hundreds of millions and billions of dollars to big corporations and given you $1,200. He's given you nothing. He just gave $781 billion to extend the military arsenals. And I think this year, 700 million he got a budget for. Last year, 781. And what did he give the American people? $1,200. Where did that go, that $1,200? Exactly how did that help you? Didn't help you. Everybody still has to pay Medicaid, or insurance premiums for health insurance. Everybody still has to pay their taxes. Everybody still has to pay their mortgage. 30% unemployment. Being that he says it's 8% or 9%, that's because they stopped counting the numbers. How stupid are you people to believe the numbers that the government gives you? For 30 years, they've been telling you, everybody tells you that once you collect unemployment for 6 months or a year, whatever it is, and you go off it, they take your name off the records as unemployed. But if you really put all the people that were unemployed whose names came off the record, the unemployment in America would probably be 40%. But they don't count anymore. The system is rigged, and you stupid people, and you people are stupid. You stupid people still believe what you read in the paper because you're stupid. You're not intelligent. You don't do any research. You come on here, you watch some stupid news article, and you think you know what's going on. You know nothing about what's going on. There's hundreds of websites that I can't mention that have the truth on them. If I even mention certain things on my channel, I'll get thrown off. Patrick Barker, I suggest that you build yourself up a channel and you start posting what the truth is. Because let me tell you something about you and the truth. And I'm just using you as an example. You know nothing about the truth. Nothing. Now, I subscribe to your channel, and I'm going to tell you something. I don't know that I'm going to tell you what I want to tell you. I saw you had a little injury on your finger, and you went to the hospital. For that injury that you had, I would take out a napkin and a piece of electrical tape it back up myself and go right back to work. Maybe I'd wear a pair of gloves. You went to the hospital and you were talking about how it hurt. It's not a big deal. Let me explain this to you, Patrick. I'm not putting you down because most people probably would have went to the hospital, but not me, not Jack Thompson, not Scott Del Fuego, probably not Dennis, definitely not Warren. You have a different mindset. You cut from a different cloth. And it's okay that you went to the hospital. But that injury that you had, I would laugh at that injury. And if you were a member, if you ever contributed anything to my channel, if you were a Patreon member, you'd see videos of real injuries where I just laugh at them. I actually laugh while I'm fixing the injury. I have one, a little bruise that I got yesterday. 99% of all the people in the world would have went to the hospital. I just got my little makeshift first aid kit out and dressed it myself and went straight back to work. That little injury on your finger didn't impress me at all. I said best wishes, but for me, in my union, for what I did for a living, probably I would have just never said a word about it, got out, maybe whatever I had. If I didn't have anything to put on, I'd put gas on it to kill the germs, and maybe some Vaseline or chapstick. Put a piece of tissue paper around my finger and went straight back to work. Now, my Patreon members are going to see what a real injury is. And the name of the video is Real Men Don't Cry. And probably only going to get distributed to 15 or 20 of my closest friends. But you, Patrick Barker, and all the other people, oh, Trump, it was cold. I don't want to hear about cold, Patrick. Let me tell you what cold is. Cold is when I used to walk on wooden crane mats for 1,000 or 1,500 feet through an icy swamp at 5:30 in the morning to get to a makeshift pier to climb onto an ice-cold tugboat with 20 degrees below zero in a Carhartt suit and a pair of thermal boots. That's cold. And then go out and work on a barge all day or work on that tugboat all day. You don't know what cold is. Trump is not, I don't think Trump is a sissy that he had to wear those gloves. I think Trump is more of a real man than most people can comprehend, but Trump has been compromised. So please don't tell me that it was cold. I know what cold is. I worked in 20 below weather. I have videos on my page called Michael Fazio Monking Steel. It was 15 degrees some days when I'd go up on top of those waffle sheets. Some days it was 20 degrees air temperature and 5 degrees wind chill temperature when I go up on top of those sheets, walking steel. Don't tell me what cold is. I know what cold is. And don't tell me that Trump wore those gloves for just one day, one week. I don't want to hear it. I think it was a sign language. But anyway, you're going to leave 500. You're all over YouTube. You are all over the internet, Patrick Barker. Blah, 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 with all your opinions, and yet you don't have a channel voicing your opinion. Why? Why is that? And you're no different than the hemorrhoid in a lot of ways. All blah, 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 blah. Now, I don't care if you followed me for 10 years. If you did, then you're not paying attention. And you are the reason that America is going to go down the tubes, not me. I've been telling people America was going to fail, was going to be destroyed by the New World Order since 2009. I've been making videos about it, but a lot of those videos had to be reposted on my new channel. It's because of people like you that read the headline on some worthless newspaper. And I'm only picking on you because you got 15 comments on my page that mean nothing to me. It's cold. Nobody else at either one of those rallies had gloves on, just one lady. A lady, not even a man. But don't tell me what Trump is doing and what Trump isn't doing. Your opinion is your opinion, but where is your channel with your opinions on it? How did you build up a channel? Did you build up a channel with 1,000 or 5,000 subscribers telling people the truth over the last 10 years? Do you ever make a live stream that goes against the mainstream media and the cucks of the world? Did you ever do that? Or do you just go on YouTube and go blah, 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 blah? Is that how you do it? That how you built up your channel? By everybody knows your name because you post 15, 20. I see you everywhere on YouTube. Everywhere. Patrick Barker, Patrick Barker, Patrick Barker. And you say nothing as far as I'm concerned. And I'm going to go back to the comments now. There is nobody else in this crowd here that has gloves on. I'll show it to you. Let's get nobody in this crowd. This is the one from October 28th, where it is a little bit colder. People have some hats on. Does he have a hat on? No, he doesn't have a hat on. But the people in the background have Make America Great Again hat. But nobody has gloves on. I watched this entire video. Nobody has gloves on. Anyway, you want to keep posting on my channel? Knock yourself out. But what you have to say, as far as I'm concerned, after I saw that video of your finger injury and how you went to the hospital, I don't care how deep it was. I don't care that it was all the way down to the bone. There wasn't anything that they are going to do for you that you couldn't have did for yourself with a $5 first aid kit. Now, Antibiotics, if your body is weak, you probably could use some antibiotics, and you do have to go to the doctor for that. But I am so freaking tired of people that don't know what they're talking about coming on and yeah. Okay, no, we're done with you. I mean, people you can choose. And why don't everybody got to go to Patrick Barker's channel and subscribe, please? Go to Patrick Barker's channel and subscribe. See all the great information that he has to give you. He's gonna stick with this. It was cold. Even if it was cold, why didn't he wear white gloves? Even if it was cold, why did he wear gloves at all? Could have had a hand warmer underneath the little, what they call a dias, little package of chemicals that kept his hands warm. You people have nothing to say, and I still give you the time of day on YouTube. It's an amazing thing. You're not a member of my Patreon community. You're not a member of my subscriber base where you post my videos on your page. You're just a blah, blah, blah. It's like going to the Big Cabins channel. What a worthless amount of comments are on the Big Cabins channel or commenters, which is going to lead me into the hemorrhoid and making the hemorrhoid. The hemorrhoid is a very powerful troll on YouTube, the hemorrhoid. And no matter what anybody says, the hemorrhoid was given his name by the Fazio 5, 6, 7 years ago. So don't let anybody tell you that they were the first person to let the world know about the hemorrhoid. But today, I will assure you, I am going to let you know what the love of a hemorrhoid or hemorrhoidal love is. And that's going to be one of my next topics as soon as I talk about Warren H. Turpentine is better than antibiotics. That might be possible. Okay, see, now here's a comment that makes sense. Not because Scott Del Fuego said it, and not because the Philippines Experience said it, but these are two educated men that have a real grip on reality. So, So Patrick Barker, this is nothing personal, Patrick Barker. The fact that you went to the hospital over what I would call a finger scratch, and I'm serious, and I could show you what I dress in the field myself and go straight back to work, cutting off dead pieces of meat from open flesh wounds. You wouldn't last a minute on my job. I don't know you, but I mean, most of you people out there wouldn't last a minute on my job. You'd quit because it's just a dangerous profession that I was in and that I still do every day. So first we're going to go to the great Scott Del Fuego, who was abused by the guy who walks around Las Vegas with a pearl necklace, according to Flying Circus. So let's read the wordsmithing. Mr. Michael Fazio from Scott Del Fuego. Mr. Michael Fazio is telling you what he believes is best. He doesn't save your feelings or protect your ego because he does not have time or inclination in his life. There is not time to banter. That's true. Patrick Barker. Now, I went to Patrick Barker. I'm only going to use you as an example. I don't mean to demean you in any way. But Patrick Barker had his pinky cut open, probably either to the bone or near the bone. Okay? For me, that's a minor flesh wound. He went to the hospital. That's good. Got your antibiotics. That's good. I'm not saying you shouldn't have went to the hospital. But for me, I've had much worse than that. I've had this finger here got caught in a grinder, and it washed from the top of the cuticle all the way down to the bone and the tip of the finger off. All of it. Just washed it off. A grinder just takes it off. It just disappears. It's gone. There was nothing to put back. There was no meat to put back. There was nothing to put back. I looked at my finger. I looked at the bone. I looked at the meat that was there. And I says, oh, that's going to hurt. And the blood was just pouring out of that. Now, what could the hospital do for me? Nothing. I had a first aid kit. So I went upstairs. Well, I didn't go upstairs. I yelled for my dad. He was upstairs. And we had a first aid kit in the shop in the basement. And he looked at it and he goes, we can dress it, or you can go to the doctor if you want. He gave me that option. I said, well, Dad, you know how to do this stuff. So we cleaned it up and dressed it. And there was bone there. We're not talking about a little flesh wound. You could see the piece of bone there. And we did that, and it took almost 20 years before I have feeling back in that finger. Now I have feeling in that finger, in the tip of the finger. But it took years before the meat grew back. This happened when I was about, I guess I was 13 years old. Maybe I was in high school, and it probably the meat didn't grow back on that finger for a long time, but it became a finger again. But I didn't have feeling on it till I was in my 30s. So that's the difference between myself and other people that are like myself. In my union, the wound that my friends are going to see tomorrow, the video didn't load last night. We had a blackout. But you're going to see me. It's probably something that 99% of the people in the world would go get dressed at the hospital. And me, not the worst thing that ever happened to me. It's not the worst gash I ever had. It's not the worst accident that it was a stupid accident, I'll tell you that. But it would be, for me, and I didn't get hurt and then go get the video camera. I was actually videotaping something, and a board fell from on high, and it fell on my leg and took a giant chunk of my leg out. Anyway, so it's just everybody's in there. Oh, here's one right here. I don't know if you could see that. There's one here. I punched a hole in my arm I was throwing a broken toilet bowl into a dumpster in the year 2001. And, I got to tell you, when I threw it, it was already broke. And the part that I threw went first, and the other part went into my arm over here, right here. And I don't know, you might not be able to see that, but it was open, about half-inch open, and it was 1.5 inches wide, and the toilet bowl piece went straight in like that. And I took the first aid kit out of the truck. I worked for Windy Day Plumbing. I took the first aid kit out of the truck. I showed it to the plumber. The plumber damn near fainted. And I'm going, Jay, you got to help me with this one. It's going to take a few minutes to get this thing back, together. And I put that wound back together. Literally, I put it back together with duct tape. And within a few days, that was a really bad cut. And because when a razor blade hits the skin doesn't want to mend back together. And I put it together with duct tape, and it was bleeding like, oh God, there was blood everywhere. And and I kept working. I went back to work, throwing shit in a dumpster. And the boss said, do you want to go to the hospital? I said, nah. Why not? I said, Well, what are they going to do that I just didn't do? Well, they'll give you a stitch. So when I get home, I'll stitch it myself. Don't worry. I have a stitch. I didn't have my first aid kit, which I have surgical stitches in the packages. So I just stitched it up myself when I got home. But I don't do that. Real men don't cry. They just don't cry. And no matter what it is, no matter how much, how deep, they just go right. They get the job done. If you have to go to the hospital, then you have to go to the hospital. But I wouldn't go to the hospital for that. That's real men don't cry. You guys wait till you see the video I show you guys tomorrow. You're gonna next week. Gary, Kennedy, Scott, Dennis, Warren. If Michael, probably Michael McFarland, and several other of my Patreon members are going to get that video, but I don't know that I will definitely not make it public. That would probably I don't know that YouTube would allow that to even go on YouTube. Took a chunk. Anyway, let's read it again from the top, and then we're going to get to Gary Kennedy. Trump, 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 Trump. Israel, the great state of Israel. Trump, Trump. The Vatican. Yay! Trump just put 33 clergy into cabinet. Trump just anointed 33, exactly. 33. Trump just made an additional 33 members to his national religious cabinet board members, 33 Catholic members, and 23 devoted to all the other denominations together. So, Mr. Michael Fazio is telling you what he believes is best. He doesn't save your feelings or protect your ego because he does not have the time or inclination in his life. There is no time to banter about. There is no time to banter about because lives are at stake every minute I work. And I can tell you, I've watched several people die within a few meters of me. What I did for a living, most of you guys out there would just be, you'd sissy out. You'd walk onto the job, you'd walk off the job and say, I'm not doing this. He expects one to hear his orders and comply or get out and never return. There you go. Fazio is a real man and an example for the millennia. Okay, so you have no idea, Patrick Barker, the rest of you want to be real men on YouTube. You have no idea what it's like to do what I did for a living. You have no clue. I've watched people get crushed. I've watched people get their lower torsos ripped from their belly down, ripped off their body and sent into the ocean. And their torso, their upper torso, just fell down to the deck of the tugboat. And that's it. He was dead. Well, he might have lived a few seconds, but I've watched people walk behind a steel sheet, 1.25 inches by 10 feet by 18 feet, thinking they were going to go on the other side of the sheet, and they were going to smoke pot, which is pretty much where he went to do that. You know, he would walk in, he'd walk away from the job, but he went on to the other side of the sheet, and he was probably lighting up a bowl. And what was that guy's, the crane operator's name? I forget the crane operator's name. Anyway, the crane operator picked up, it was a Coring 666 hydraulic boom crane. No, 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 no. This was a coring, the 666. It was a 6-yard rock bucket it had on it, 6-yard digging bucket. And that we had all kinds of heavy equipment on this job. It was we were digging a trench through the city, the town of Mamaroneck. It was, in some places, it was 90 feet deep for a sewer tunnel that was going out to the ocean, a sewer pipe. Anyway, I wish I could remember the crane operator's name. Anyway, this was 1990, and the crane operator went to pick the sheet up, and the chain fell. I don't know why the chain fell. We never got to that part of it, but the chain snapped. And the sheet fell away from where we were. So with that, it was lunchtime, and we just went to lunch. But when we came back from lunch, we knew we were going to have to put a new chain on that sheet and pick it up. But the other guy that went to smoke his pot didn't come back from lunch. So I don't know, maybe he just disappeared. Well, he disappeared. So when we put a chain back on the sheet, we picked the sheet up, and he was a splotch. The thickest part of that splotch was about 3/16 of an inch. That was his wallet. Apparently his wallet had crushed down and, like a piece of rubber, expanded up. His pants and his boots were also visible, the soles of his boot, but that was it. All the rest, the pants were visible, the soles of the boot did not get crushed so much, but all the rest of him was just a bloody splotch on the pavement. The guy on the tugboat, my dad was running the boat, and we were out at sea. And there's a couple of things you don't do when you're on a tugboat on a tow, especially in rough weather. And you never go to the back of the boat unless two things. The captain knows you're going to the back of the boat, so he takes a strain off the line, or there's something that has to be done back there, but the captain needs to know, because when you're under tow, you're talking about towing 100,000 tons of equipment, and either you're using a nylon hawser or a cable, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 2-inch cable, but they snap. When the ocean goes up and the barge goes back, when the tugboat gets slack in it and they pull each other, they snap. And one of the lines broke loose, and the guy was in the back of the boat, and the rope hit him. He was on the starboard side of the boat, and the rope went starboard side and just knocked his torso into the water, and his lower legs into the water, and his torso just fell down to the deck. And that was it. That's it. So you guys out there that think you're real men, I don't think you're real. A lot of you guys are big mouths with not real men. Never did a real man's day's work in your life. Never risked your life. Even if you just walk a little bit of roofing or siding or going up pump jacks, none of you guys ever did that. And then did you ever do it on your own? That's another real man thing. Did you ever walk out into a field with a chainsaw and start lopping down 6-8 foot diameter trees? You've never done that. You'll blah blah blah. But I have videos of me doing it. I have videos of me clearing 7 acres of land pretty much by myself, except for the part where we brought in a chipper and chipped what we could. But some of the trees were 5, 6, 7 feet in diameter, and I just went in and chopped them away until they fell down, and I would leave 5 or 6 feet of stump on the big ones, so I'd have something to grab with the backhoe. But even that, what's the big deal about cutting down a tree? It's not so much of a big deal about cutting down a tree, but inside those trees are dead branches. They fall down. And a little helmet, a little plastic hat that you have on your head, and an 80-pound branch falling down on top of that, It just keeps your head from getting dented. It breaks your neck, your back, your spine, goes through, knocks off your shoulder, stuff like that. That happens. It don't take much. So you guys out there to think that you're real men, what I did for a living proves for me, and I have video of it, most of it, everything I've ever done, or pictures before videos of what real men do for a living. Now, I'm not saying everybody has to be a real man, but don't pretend that you're a real man and think that other people should believe you're a real man, especially those people. At least Big Cabin has pictures of what he did for a living. Now, he did a dangerous job. He worked around big trucks and on the mines, in mining and stuff like that. At least he has pictures. But all you other guys with your big mouths and your blah, 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 it's all blah, blah, blah. You don't have a picture? Really? You don't have a picture of something you did when you were in your 20s? What, you didn't have money for a camera? You weren't too stupid to own a camera? What is this? You have one picture of one thing that you're standing next to a thing. I own this. I own this. I own this car. I own this. I own this. This is my... what proof do you have? A picture? Really? You guys are a bunch of sissies. The YouTube community is loaded with sissies from one end to the other. Not all, but most. And let's see what Gary Kennedy has to say. Now, I love Gary, and Gary and I have remained friends for many a year. So let's see. Scott Del Fuego. Greetings, Scott. Hope you're staying safe. See, these are real men that I know and what I consider my personal friends. And Scott Del Fuego says, hello, Gary. I'm certainly trying to. I have never seen things like they are this week in the USA. So now that brings me to a good point, what Scott just said. Let's go to Philippines. Because what Gary is saying here is probably the most important thing that you're going to read this week on the internet. And many people have said this. If Trump wins, I fear all hell will break loose. The liberals are crazy. Yeah, I remember that, Patrick Barker. I remember that. I'll show that comment. Yeah, I remember that. I'll let you. I'll post the video. Thank you for the super chat, Patrick Barker. Yeah, that's okay. You can come and visit me, Patrick Barker. No, because you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to Trump and the gloves. That's what I said. So, yeah, Patrick Barker, I do recall now that he said it. He gave me super chat. But don't worry about coming here and visiting me. Just let me know when you get here. We'll have that chat. Yeah, okay. Another guy that wants to come to the Philippines and have a chat. So, yeah, I made a mistake. Patrick Barker I'm thinking of another guy that never did. But thanks for the super chat. And when you get to the Philippines, we'll have that chat. I don't care about people telling me they're going to come here. I hear that shit all the time. And that's okay. You want to come and chat with me? Well, come and chat with me. It's okay. But I don't see you doing anything on YouTube that that helps the world or helps the people of America. So now you want to make it personal? That's good too. I don't really care. But don't come on my channel. You're all over the internet. You're all over the internet trying to post your opinion. Your opinion, let's see you do it on your channel. Let's see you build up a channel. That's what I meant. But you're welcome to come and chat with me, okay? You just let me know when and how you're going to get here, and we'll do that. Don't threaten me that you're going to come. Wait till I come. Don't threaten me like that. Just tell me a way to get in touch with you right now. Put your phone number up there and I'll call you when I'm done with the show. Okay? How's that sound? Okay? What you went to the hospital for, I would not. As far as you giving me super chat, I forgot. But as far as you threatening to come and talk to me, put your phone number up on the screen and I'll call you after the show. We'll make those arrangements. Don't come, don't threaten me that you're going to do this, that, and the other thing. I'm not interested in that. Jeez. Another superhero on YouTube. I worked on a shrimp boat, says Mickey Mason, for 13 years out in the Gulf of Mexico. That is a dangerous job. That's a really dangerous job. You get caught in the ropes, you get the coils coming off the deck, and you get caught in that, you go down with the trap, or you go off with the netting. Super Scott P. Obama is a tough guy. Yeah. Okay, so now let's talk about the hemorrhoid. Okay? The hemorrhoid. Everybody knows who the hemorrhoid is. So his name is, he's a very famous YouTuber, right? No, not really. He's just a famous troll. So I figured out the hemorrhoid's angle and why he's on YouTube. Now, I got my notes up here on the page. Let's see. Where is this? Wait. Yeah, okay. So Patrick Barker is coming to Bahal in 2 months. There you go. Okay, thanks, Patrick. Thanks for letting me know that. I'll stop watching your videos and ads and super chat. Let me tell you what, not that I don't appreciate you watching my ads. Let me tell you what I earn on YouTube, Patrick Barker. Let me tell you what I earn to go through my 2 or 3 hour shows once or twice a week. 43 cents, not pesos, a day. 70 cents in a day for having 3,000 plus videos on YouTube. You watching my ads. You know what you watching my ads amounts to? Not you per se. It amounts to 1/10 of 1 penny for you to watch an ad for a minute. I don't think it's worth your time. Certainly not worth my time. YouTube, for 1,000 views, I earn about somewhere between 35 cents now this week and 41 cents per 1,000 views. And that's if someone watches my commercials and everything. So as far as anybody, this doesn't pay me anything, nothing for my time, for the time it takes me to load the videos that I loaded this week for the BIR, which there was 10 individual videos, because it was 10 different places I had to go to get my taxes paid. I already was registered on the 28th. To load those 10 videos and title them and make a description, it probably took close to 10 hours. And for those 10 hours that I spent making videos, so far that I posted them on Patreon, no one's interested in those videos. So I posted 4 of the 10 videos and I got 3 views. And that's okay. So I spent 10 hours making the videos and posting them and tagging them for not even a tenth of a penny, or 3/10 of 1 penny. But people don't pay me for what I do. Even the super chat doesn't pay for what I do on YouTube. Even when I make a lot of money on super chat, even hundreds of dollars doesn't pay for my time on YouTube. Okay, I have electric, I have drives, I have cameras, I have time to load the videos, time to make the videos, transportation to make the videos. If I'm not, if I, and I don't make $500 a month on Super Chat now, but because of this virus. But even if I made $500 a month on Super Chat, it wouldn't be enough to pay me to do what I do. To read all the articles that I read, to do the research that I do, to go look and to make sure that what I say is true, except for you and your Super Chat. That I made a mistake with. But all the rest of that stuff, watching your video, watching other people's videos, and into the bullshit on YouTube, trying to decipher what's true, what's not true. You people don't pay me near enough money, considering what I value my time at. So if I spent 10 hours just for the BIR videos, and then I spent another 5 hours at the new visa office, this is just this week, just last week, 5 hours at the visa office, 10 hours making BIR uploads. That's 15 hours. I made a video about a new bus. I made a couple of videos that I probably will only post on Patreon. So probably this week alone, 20 hours of loading videos, tagging videos, and titling videos, probably more. Then I did a bunch of research with that black hands thing on YouTube, and that I couldn't find Trump wearing any black gloves in any other videos for that week or before. So let's say I spend 30 hours, 35 hours, easy 35 hours doing research, reading stuff, going to people's channels, looking to see what they have to say. And this month in YouTube, my YouTube earnings are going to be $121. So what does that come out to? That comes out to $3, $4 per hour for my time. $4 an hour. $4 an hour. For my time, really? If you had to pay me for my time, I wouldn't even answer the phone for $4 an hour. I do this because it's fun for me to do this. But when I have to read 40 or 50 worthless comments from trolls, people I don't know who they are. I got some jack-off named Plasma Burns trying to post links on my videos about Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Any one of them, if I wasn't paying attention, this is another thing I have to do. I have to go through all the comments that are in not published, or there might be spam. Sometimes I get 40 or 50 comments a week that are complete spam. People posting porno magazines links, people posting porno videos to my channel to try to get me to not pay attention to the links. What about all that time? What about the time it takes me to do all the stuff I do? Plus, all the camera, my cam broke. I had to bring the cam to the city. That's 2 hours to the city, 2 hours back. Then I had to wait at the guy's office for a while till he came in, because he's supposed to be there at 9 and he didn't get there till 11. So I went and came back. What about when I had to go to the accountant to pay my taxes for the BIR, and then I had to come back the next day to confirm it? You people don't pay me near enough money to do what I do on YouTube. Not that I don't appreciate the Super Chat, but for $100 for me to make $3 an hour, and you think that this is going somewhere for me? You can forget that. You can forget me making $3 an hour. My average wage in America when I owned an excavation company was, I would tell people, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to give you 3 hours of my service with the machine. It's going to cost you a minimum of $450, period. And that included the travel time there and up to whatever balance of the travel time. So if it took me 45 minutes to get to their house, then they got 2 hours and 15 minutes of work. And then it costs $50 an hour to run the machine. So I would make, theoretically, I'd make $100 an hour. When I had a crane company, I would charge $350 an hour for my crane company, my crane and barge company. Okay? When I had my ocean racer, I would throw $500 before lunch. That's what it used before lunch, $500 worth of fuel in 2 hours. And you want me to kiss everybody's butts on YouTube for $3 an hour? That just ain't gonna happen. I appreciate the super chat, but it doesn't matter how much super chat you give me. It doesn't matter how many views I get when I'm earning 38 cents for 1,000 views, because YouTube is censoring my channel. And I don't care about that either. If I cared about it, then I just wouldn't do videos. But don't come to me. I gave you super chat. Yeah, you gave me super chat. Thank you very much. But you didn't compensate. I'm not, even if I made $400 a month, okay? I spend 30 hours a week doing YouTube research. I bought a that I have to drive here. I bought a drive last week. It was 9,000 pesos. That's $200. 9,000 pesos. That's $200. 9,000 pesos. That'll last me about 4 months. So I have to buy 3 of those a year. So I spend 30,000 pesos a year on drives for videos I load and may not put up on YouTube, or they may just be for private use. So 30,000 pesos a year I spend. This probably since last, okay, we'll just go, since last March, I bought 3 drives, 30,000 pesos. Yeah, $600 on drives. I also bought a Hero 5 that was $325. So it's 6 and 3 is $925. I also bought a Hero 7 because my Hero 5 was broke, so that I could use a Hero 7. That was $400. So what is that? That's $1,300. Only going from last April till now. Last April. That's $1,400. I need a new computer that I still can't get, and I've spent 500 phone calls trying to buy a new computer. What is that? My time is not worth money for that? No. My 500 phone calls where I have to interrupt my day, that's worth nothing. You people that if I made $400 and I spend 30 hours a week doing videos, uploads, tagging, making videos, walking around the city, finding something that I'm interested in, sitting in the BIR office for 20 hours last week over the course of 5 days, last week and last month. 20 hours so that I could pay taxes, so that I could earn YouTube. So that's 30 hours. Last week, I'll spend another 10 or 15 this week making videos and doing blogs. That's 40 hours. And another 10 plus 10, 60 hours. 60, 65, 70 hours. Divided by what? 400? Well, what does that come out to? $6 an hour. And I have to pay for internet. And I have to pay for electric. So don't come on here and tell me you give me super chat. The super chat doesn't, even if I made $400 a month, it doesn't even come close. It averages me out about $6 or $7 an hour. I'm tired of hearing you people, he's making so much money. But what I will tell you, that you people out there that are collecting super chat, after what I went through to get my taxes to be legal in the Philippines, I suggest you stop collecting super chat. Because what I did find out is if you get caught, you're going to get in a serious amount of penalties for collecting money online for anything. Doesn't matter what it is. If you're making money online, Patreon, super chat, online services, whether they be dating or whether they be Philippines advice, blogging, anything like that, the BIR is going to come down. If they find out who you are, they're going to come down heavy. So I went through all that trouble so that you people could give me what amounts to $5 or $6 an hour for my time, when my time is worth $100 an hour, minimum $50 an hour. I wouldn't even go to look at a job and give an estimate for less than $50 an hour for 1 hour. And I got to hear crap that people gave me $10, $5, $7. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. But don't tell me you're giving me super chat and that somehow this is compensating for the time I spend on YouTube. It's not. It's not giving me compensation for my time. Never did. Well, it did for a while. But now we have this stupid man-made baloney story with the Jabba Dabba Doo syndrome, and now no one has money for super chat. So do I stop making videos? Do I stop doing live streams? Do I stop telling you about the things that are going on in the Philippines? And you think you're going to threaten me by coming to Bohol? That ain't going to happen. Put your name and your telephone number up there right now if you're still listening, and I'll call you after the live stream, and we'll get this sorted out. I'm not afraid of you coming to Bohol. Why would I be afraid of you coming to Bohol? You tell me. Put your name and telephone number up there, and I'll call you. I'll call you right now. You put your name and telephone number. I'll do it on a live stream. You're going to come to Bohol. So what? Yeah, I remember that, Patrick. I do remember that. Let's see. Since you are, so we're still talking to Patrick. That's good. Okay, I have to show all these comments because Patrick is not doing anything wrong, really. Okay, Patrick says because he has style, White would have looked like crap. Newsflash: Trump don't have 10-minute Biden rallies. I agree with you with Trump. He's your only best worst choice. No, you didn't yell. No, I didn't say you yelled. I know you were kidding with the doctor. You want to see something, Patrick? Hold on. Let me show you what I field dressed yesterday. Probably going to get this video. Is probably going to get in. Well, we see super chat. Let me, whoever that is, let me. The shill. Oh my God, the shill is back, Patrick. I'll show you what I field dressed yesterday without stopping for what I'm talking about. I'm going to go to my. I wish it would have loaded, so I'm going to have to go to my video that I made yesterday, and I'm going to find the timestamp in a video, and then we're going to show you what I would and would not go to the doctor for, and then everybody will be clear on this. So I'll show you because you're not really doing anything wrong. Okay, so let me just finish. Yes, you have given me super chat. 10 stitches. No, you didn't yell. He didn't yell for anybody. He even made fun with the doctor. But I'm going to show you what I did yesterday. And it just happened to have a board fell from a precarious position, and I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So first I'm going to do is I'm going to show it to you because maybe I cannot take the dressing off, but I'll show you the video I made yesterday. The gash is this wide. It's 3/8 inch deep, and it was separated by 1/4 inch. And this is what it looks like on my leg. Now, the blood was because I was walking around this morning and it was leaking. That's what it looks like field dressed from yesterday. But let me show you what it looked like yesterday. And of course, this video will probably get pulled down. Well, it won't, it'll just get demonetized. So I'm going to show you what I did out in the field and never stopped working. So that, and I should have gotten, if you got 10 stitches in your finger, they probably would have put 25 small stitches in my leg. And I just didn't stop, and I don't care. So let's just get this clear, that what I say is what it is what I do. And I wish that video would have loaded. It's like 5 points away from loading. So I need to go to my videos page, and I need to open up the original file for that. And I'm going to do that. You're not going to, it ain't pretty. But when I tell you what I do, what 99 people out of 100 would have went straight to the hospital. They wouldn't have stopped to talk. They wouldn't have stopped to put their tools away. They wouldn't have stopped to do nothing. They would have just climbed into some vehicle and went straight to the hospital. But for me, that's no big deal. So I'll show you the name of the video. It's 93%. Real Men Don't Cry, field dressing. All right, so that's the name of the video, Real Men Don't Cry. I'm loading it. It will only go on Patreon, of course, because it's pretty gory. I mean, for some people, most people, a lot of guys would have fainted. Some women would be able to take the pain, some would not. Did it hurt? Yeah, it hurt. Hurt a lot. Did I say anything about it? Not a word. I just went right back to it. About an hour after I went back to work, an hour after I went back to work, I walked back over to the camera and said, the one thing I didn't tell you about while I was dressing it was whether or not it hurt, because it's just not part of what was important. All right, Real Men Don't Cry is the name of the file. And it's going to take a minute to look. Let me show you what I went through yesterday. Never said a word. I just went into the house. I got some sterile toilet paper and some whatever that stuff is. I got some hydrogen peroxide. I got some sterile toilet paper. And I got some tape. TAPE, some box tape. Sterile toilet paper, some hydrogen peroxide, and some box tape. And as you can see, it's on my leg now, and now you're going to see the wound itself, just to let you know that I don't lie about stuff. So whether or not it needed stitches, most people would probably have switch, and I can't get it to work. Okay. Yeah, we don't need this. Well, it doesn't matter. It's my video. So let's go to where it is, the wound. This is page 2, yeah? Yeah. All right, we're coming up on that. All right, here we go. Here is, now, I'm going to tell you people out there, this is not pretty. There is flesh hanging out of the wound. The wound is 2 inches plus wide. It's separated by 1/4 of an inch, and there's blood everywhere. And this is me field dressing the wound on my leg and going straight back to work. So just so that you don't think that I'm running my mouth on YouTube as to what I will and won't do, this is this is what happened. A board fell from up. It was not supposed to be where the bottom of the board. Well, it's hard to explain, but the board was laying vertical up on a set of horses. All right, here we go. So here's the wound. See that little white thing? That's flesh. Now that's flesh hanging out of the wound, but the wound itself is open 1/4 inch to 3/8 of an inch, and it's not quite to the bone, but it's close to the bone. So I'll put it on, and I'm gonna kill the sound. Okay. Okay, there you have it. This is just 15 seconds after the board fell on my leg. Okay, and I'm trying to get a position so you can see it with the camera. It's open pretty good. There's the tape, because I can't find big socks. I needed tape. So I field dressed that myself right there. There you go. Checking to make sure that the meat, I could still feel it. That hurt when I cut that piece off. And this is the blood dripping out of my foot. And all I did was go into the house, and I got a... Right.
Okay. First thing.
Well, I guess I could put my video.
Not much I could do about that. Oh, that's a piece of meat. Damn it. That's going to slow this job down.
All right, now that's the let's go to where it's playing again.
Back together with a piece of tape, and luckily I have some box tape right here. Right here.
Okay, so it's the blood kind of slowed down a little bit, and the meat was ripped apart, which is better than a cut, and we're about ready to field dress it.
Won't need that. Let's take the scissors.
Take the scissors, and we'll take that piece of meat off of there, because we don't need that piece of meat, right? It's sticking out. Hard for me to put it back in. So we'll just cut that piece of meat off of there. There we go. Ready? Dr. Fazio. Ah! Ah! Okay? In case you had any doubts. And then if we go more towards the end of the video.
That shit was still attached to my leg, you know. It had nerves in it. Still does.
Okay. Yeah, we got the magic silver sulfur dioxide, though. The magic silver sulfur dioxide. And then towards the end of the video.
Like a big thing and all that shit. But the guy...
There we go. Dr. Fazio dressing the wound after we put the silver sulfur dioxide on there.
Don't have to be any tighter than that. It says Dr. Fazio.
Dr. Fazio.
The doctor. Yep.
Okay, that was yesterday morning at about 10 o'clock. Now, I know YouTube will take the monetization off the video, but that I just wanted to prove a point where gashed fingers, ripped apart legs, it's got to be a little bit more serious than what you see in that. And even if it was a lot more serious than that, where am I? You know, I probably get my. I have a field repair kit with half moon needles and every size thread. So the only thing I don't have is antibiotics. And in order for me to get antibiotics, I would have had to go to the hospital. They would have wanted to stitch it up. They didn't want me to. I would sit in the house. I don't need all of that crap. I just taped it back together. And right now, I haven't taken any pain medication. Any pain. It's not throbbing. It's not swollen. It does need to be redressed. That was 24 hours ago. And but just to let you know that for me, that's a field dressing. That's something that you fix with some duct tape or box tape in this case. And luckily, I had silver sulfadiazine because that would kill the infection. I had the peroxide, but I do have a proper field repair where I have performed many surgeries in the field for myself and other people. Stitching myself. The only one accident I couldn't stitch myself. I couldn't see it. A drill locked up on a nail, a 3/4 inch Milwaukee drill, and it took my lip from here to here off. It opened it up. It was just hanging off. That hurt, and I had to go to the doctor for that. That was probably in the year 1992. That was the last time I went to a doctor for an injury. All the rest I stitched up myself. And actually, I should try to remember where I put that kit with the stitching in it. I don't remember. I got to find that in case I do need it. Because the duct tape just goes so far. Let me go back to the video. And we'll see what's happening. I did see someone sent me a whole bunch of super chat, and I appreciate that. So let's get that. Somebody sent $50. The shill, whoever the shill is. Patrick Barker. Cut through the tendon, 10 stitches. I didn't know it went through the tendon. It looked like just the tip of your finger. Okay, so Flying Circus. Good evening, Mr. Fazio. The foreigner in the Philippines is still in the Philippines. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I just don't know how that happened. Probably it was a nefarious thing. So who is this? The shill. I'm going to bang a pot. Vote Trump 2020. Okay, we're back down to Patrick Barker's coming to Bahal. I wonder if you're that. There's a couple of people I get confused on here. We'll see. Well, you would have to, Scott, for your job. Yeah, okay. All right, so I'm still going through the comments. The shill sent me $50. Let's go bang a pot. Who is the shill? I know who the shill is. I think that's Jay. Shifting gears. Yeah, shifting gears. You sent me a $10 donation, shifting gears, and you hadn't received it that night. If you remember, you let me know. No, shifting gears. I never got that super chat. I sent you a message. that night. I sent you a message. That money never came. Shifting gears, I hope that the money from the show comes, because YouTube stole 800 and, oh yeah, that's another thing. YouTube stole $860 from me since between July 1st and September. $860 altogether. Shifting gears sent $10. Nomad Patriot, $150 was missing from him, and Warren was one $500 donation and one $100 donation. That's $750. No, two $100 donations and one $500 donation from Warren. $100 donation from Nomad Patriot, one $50 donation from Nomad Patriot, and Shifting Gears, one $10 donation. That was all stolen from me from YouTube. I sent them no Shifting Gears. I did not get that money. Scott P, $800 a day for me, mid-size X 6 hours. Michael, $800 a day is a reasonable amount of money when you're making money. When you're in business for yourself and you have insurances and overhead, $800 a day is a reasonable period of time. I worked, on average, I would work as little as possible when I owned an excavation company. And if I wasn't going to make $100 an hour minimum, I wouldn't even go out and do the estimate. I would tell them approximately what it was going to cost. I didn't care if I worked or not. I don't care about earning money on YouTube either. I like it, but as Shifting Gears just reminded me, YouTube stole $860 from me, and I worked hard that month for that money. So let me get the pot, because the shill. I think I know who the shill is. I think that's Jay. Thank you, Jay. We're gonna bang a pot for the shill. You're not a real man unless you've been hit with super chat from Patrick Barker and the shill. Thank you both. I'm trying to figure out who you are, Patrick Barker. Not that, just send me your telephone number. I'll call you after the show. So we're going to say thank you for the super chat to the show, because $50 gets a pot. And we're going to get 2 loads of pot today. We're going to get the show. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to the shill. I think the shill is the J. The J-ster, the man who had that pizzeria and the bar from years ago. And now we're going to go, we're going to get a vertical shout out to the shill. Thank you, Jay, if you're Jay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Salamat. That's pretty cool. Yeah, the shill. I know who the shill was, but I don't know who the shill is. So you guys saw what I would not go to the hospital for, but not everybody is like that. Scott Del Fuego is saying Michael is not a man that can filter his opinions for Super Chat to be politically correct. You hear what he thinks, not a sanitized version. It's a good thing to honestly know where you stand. Thank you, Scott. The shill. Michael McFarland is saying hello to the shill. Take care of that wound, because, yeah, Scott Del Fuego, damn, you have to be careful with all the Philippines funk around and the issues already. I hope you get some antibiotic for that. Well, right now it's okay. I gave it I actually 3 times. I gave it 3 loads of hydrogen peroxide. This wound, I even said in the video that you'll be getting privately, I talked about that this wound will prove that my left leg heals in days or weeks, and my right foot still has issue from that poison that the welding rod put in my foot. And that's going on 3 years now. It's 2.5 years. It's still not healed up. It's almost healed up, but there's poison in the food in the Philippines that right now the wound on my right foot is about a little bit half the size of a peso. But if I went back to using any salt from the Philippines, any soy sauce from the Philippines, eating chicken that's fed some kind of poison feed to make it fat in the Philippines, any of the Philippines pancit or spaghetti, or not rice, but spaghetti or pancit, or the cheap bread where they use the cheap flour, the wound on my foot will go big again. It'll go as long as I'm putting. Let me explain this to you. Right now, my foot is healing up fine, my right foot, and I keep telling you this is what Dr. Clark Henderson explained as a compartmentalized bacteriological infection, was his words. And something in the food in the Philippines irritates it. So even it's this small now on my right foot, if I put any salt, any soy sauce, any kind of fish oil, any kind of masarap, MSG, anything like that, the wound will get progressively bigger every day. I am limited to cabbage and meat. If I eat their garbage red frankfurters, I did an experiment last week. The wound was dry and scabbed last week. It was about smaller than that. It was that small. And I ate 4 of those frankfurters to see if what was in the frankfurters would make the wound bigger. Because I remember eating the frankfurters 2 years ago, and it made the foot swell up. Well, within 40 minutes after I ate the 4 frankfurters, my foot was swelled up the size of a small football. And the wound, not only did the wound start leaking clear fluid, it started leaking blood just from 4 frankfurters for dinner and bread. No mustard, no ketchup, no mayonnaise, just the 4 frankfurters and some cabbage. So whatever's in the food here irritates the wound. Now, the wound on my left leg that I got yesterday and went straight back to work, I'll show you back where I'm back to work. I think I still have this up. Yeah, I still have it up. I'll show it to you. So I put the dressing on the wound here, and back to work. There you go. Back to work. Be right back out. I got to get a ruler. Okay. So I just went straight back to work. Now, did it hurt? I don't know if it hurt. I mean, what would... There it is right there. And I'm working again. Okay. Did it hurt? I don't know. You know, men take pain differently. Women take pain differently. Probably it hurt, but not for me. It didn't hurt. Not enough to make a difference. Did it hurt when I taped it up? No, not so much. Did it hurt when I stopped working and I just relaxed? About an hour and a half later, it never throbbed so much that it hurt. It didn't swell so much that it hurt. And It didn't hurt last night when I went to sleep, and it doesn't hurt now. And I can walk on it now. It is still, leaking a little bit, but not so much. All right, let me go back to the comments. So, yeah, Scott, super glue works well to replace a few stitches for a cut, but it was clean, Scott. I worked that shit in there. You'll see the video. It needs 7% to load on YouTube. I'll send it to you when it's done. I smushed in that hydrogen peroxide pretty good. If it's not infected now, it's not going to get infected. Escaping to the Philippines. Various. Hoja, hope the typhoon passed. The typhoon passed us right by. We had here, not so much. 70 kilometer an hour winds, maybe a little bit more, and some heavy rain for about 5 hours, and that was it. Rabbi, please take care of that yourself. Take care of yourself. Just thinking of you cutting the meat off yourself and some schlep telling you he's coming to Bohol. LOL. No, he's not a schlep, peekaboo. I don't think. I seem to remember something. I don't remember. I have a lot of subscribers. I remember Patrick Barker, now that he sent me some money. But as far as I got you. I don't care. I'm not one of those people. I'm pretty sure Patrick Barker and I will just get along just fine. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, you shared an email. Okay, I'll get back with you right away. You've been my good friend for a very long time, peekaboo. So I did cut off. There was another piece of meat I cut off. I don't know why the camera didn't get it, or I didn't see it. There was some extra skin that didn't need to be there as well. Escaping to the Philippines. How you been, Neezy? I've been doing good. I look forward to you coming back to things. I have been eating nothing but just cabbage. Thank you. Escaping to the Philippines. I've been eating nothing but cabbage and meat. I lost a few pounds, and from not eating all of that garbage, whatever's in the food in the Philippines makes my foot swell. Now, I have a type of medicine called Etoric, but I haven't taken one in weeks. What's the name of this? It's supposed to kill the swelling. Etoricox XIB. Etoricox XIB. Medication that makes the swelling in my feet go down if I eat something that made it swell up. Now that I've had those for several months. So I have not had any problems because I've just stopped eating. I mean, it does. If I eat their mayonnaise, if I eat their ketchup, that garbage they call ketchup, if I eat anything, any kind of salt at all except Himalaya salt, my feet will swell up. And even if the wound was closed, where the wound was, it will leak fluid. There's something under the skin. It's been there for 3 years. It refuses to be pushed out of my body. Yeah, the fish oil. That's that stuff. That fish oil was. Oh, and we're not talking about. We're not talking about a lot of salt. We're talking to make my foot swell up, to make it look like a football. Literally look like a football. 10 drops of soy sauce. 10 drops, like out of an eyedropper. That's all it takes. One sprinkle of salt. That's all it takes. And my whole foot will, just my right foot, not my left foot. My right foot will swell up this big. It will swell up to about 13 and a half inches from 11 and a half or 12. And my left foot will swell about a quarter of an inch. But this stuff that they're putting in the food here, it's killing the insides of people. It is. I can't prove it. Oh, and rum. If I drink their rum, okay, let's see. Last year, it's going to be a year. It's going to be a year. This week, next month, 1 month from now, last year, I bought rum. I bought a case of rum for the party next door, and I kept the bottle. I kept a couple of bottles to give away as gifts. Within 15 minutes after I took a couple of shots of rum at the party, within 15 minutes, my foot was swelled up like a football from the rum. So I don't drink that crap anymore. So something is also in the alcohol that's manufactured in the Philippines. Now, everybody knows that the rum that you buy, the Tanduay rum in the Philippines, everybody calls that's just, it's cheap. It's only $2 for a quart, but it is destructive. The next day you wake up, you can't see straight. You have pains in your eyes and behind your eyes. Really, really. Now, if I chose to drink something, the same thing does not happen with tequila. Now, it's been, I don't know, 4 months, 5 months since I had a shot of tequila. It's been a long time. And that was just, if I have hard time going to sleep, let's say I had coffee at 9 o'clock in the morning instead of at 7 o'clock, then I won't go to sleep till midnight. So I'll have one shot of rum and I lay down and one shot of tequila and I lay down and go to sleep. But I haven't had a bottle of tequila here in several months, 3, 4, 5 months. I don't remember the last time. So it's something in the rum in the Philippines would make my feet swell up, but not the tequila that's imported from Mexico. Mickey Mason, no joking, Michael. If you can get turpentine there next time you get an open wound, try it. You will be amazed how it works. I have turpentine. I actually have 3 gallons of real turpentine because that's what I used to mix my paint with. Last time, says Larry, I ate soy sauce. My eggplant swelled up so much I had to find a wet spot to ease the pain and gain. Larry. Island endema. Sounds like you might have island endema. I don't know. So what we were going to talk about, Larry, is trolls, the next topic. And I have a thing I want to talk about, the hemorrhoid. Everybody knows who the hemorrhoid is. I have a theory about the hemorrhoid. And I think I should go to my notes. I think that the hemorrhoid is really setting up different channels on YouTube. And I think the hemorrhoid is running what would not be allowed to be sponsored in the Philippines. That type of a website. Could be wrong about that, so I'm not going to say what type of website I think he's setting up. He does work online, from what I understand. But here's what I think about the hemorrhoid. He only has a certain type of friend. Some people laugh at what he says. Some people think it's funny, but some people are his friend. And he goes to certain people's channels, and he just talks nonsense. But based on the people that he hangs out with or associates with, I think the hemorrhoid is a closet homosexual. And I'm serious about this. I think the hemorrhoid is recruiting names and or people that he wants to meet secretly when he comes to the Philippines, or when he's allowed to travel around America. That's what I think. I mean, some of the stuff, he's always talking about somebody's wife or girlfriend. He's always talking about somebody's wife or girlfriend on he can't stop. In other words, there's some sort of innate jealousy that other men have a wife or a girlfriend or date people. Now, if you'll notice about the hemorrhoid, 7 years ago, he was in the Philippines. He was with a girl, and she was, without a doubt, a street girl. I don't know if she was a prostitute, but she was a street girl. And his face was not on camera, but he was abusing her in the video, verbally abusing her. So I don't think the hemorrhoid actually likes women. And I think he's just basically building up like a phone book of men that he will be able to make private videos with. I mean, and I'm being serious. I'm not kidding about this. I mean, you never see the hemorrhoid, and he is a pain in the ass. There's no doubt about that. You've never seen him with a woman. I did see him. He was actually in Bohol in 2013. I remember watching a video where he was by a windowsill showing you hundreds, thousands of ants crawling across the windowsill. And there was a girl in bed. She had clothes on, but he was abusing her verbally. So I think that the hemorrhoid is a closet gay man. And I think the hemorrhoid is becoming friends with several people that are also closet homosexuals. And I'll give you one proof of this, but I cannot show you the video. But I will give you one proof, or the pictures. The hemorrhoid seems to get along with a guy named Alan de Summers, who lives in Switzerland. Now, Alan de Summers has sent not just the most gay porno pictures, because I don't know much about gay porno pictures, but he sent 7 gay porno pictures to my Facebook page. And in each of them, Alan de Summers from Switzerland said this is what he wanted to do to me. Now, I think I sent that. What I did is I made a video of the pictures themselves and a talking video, and I sent those to the NBI because Alan de Summers is friends with another guy who I don't get along with, and he was abusing me by sending me, Alan de Summers was sending me those pictures on Facebook. Now, Scott Del Fuego saw the pictures. I believe I made a video showing you Alan de Summers' Facebook page, and the pictures were, I can describe them, but I cannot show them to you. The pictures were all men, no women. And the men were having sex with one another, but not normal sex. Like one of the pictures was a man giving oral sex to another man, but there were other men penetrating him from the back. And besides the oral sex, he had both hands full, and he was giving himself a pearl necklace. So that was one picture that Alan DeSummers sent me. Another picture was a man bent over, and there was another man's arm, about this much of the other man's arm, inside the man who was bent over. And again, Alan DeSummers described that he wanted to do that to me. So when I say that Alan DeSummers and the hemorrhoid are good friends, they love each other. They are nothing but buddies on YouTube. So there are other clues that make me believe that the hemorrhoid is also gay, because he usually picks on people with a girlfriend or a wife, or somebody that's dating a woman, calling the woman a prostitute, or where did you pick her up? She looks like a street girl. Because I think the hemorrhoid is gay. I think. I mean, based on his friendships that he has on YouTube. And a lot of the people that he associates with, I think, are gay as well. And I think it's like a secret community that the hemorrhoid is putting together, a little black book, so to speak, of people he can come and possibly have relationships or at least friendships with. Now, you could tell me I'm wrong about this, but the hemorrhoid is on YouTube 24/7, almost. The hemorrhoid has never been seen, his face. He's never been seen with a woman, that's for sure. And all he does is talk about other people's women. He trolls people's Facebook pages. He's proud of trolling people's Facebook pages, especially women. And I think I heard a story where he also assists in sending out information to dox people. See, this is all things that the hemorrhoid does to try to mentally hurt other people. And always in relationship with a woman. Anything that the hemorrhoid can do to destroy another man's relationship with his wife or his girlfriend, the hemorrhoid does. Because I think, this is what I think based on some of the studies that I've done on this type of personality. I think that when the hemorrhoid was very young, I think, and I can say this honestly, because as strange as this may sound, a girl who I dated, my first girlfriend, told me she was abused and sexually abused as a child, from the time she was like 3 or 4 years old, that she could remember. So I think that Alan DeSummers and the hemorrhoid, both men who love to exploit other people's misery if they can, or cause people misery, and love to exploit other people's boyfriends and girlfriends or wives. I think that those two men, at a bare minimum, and possibly others that they associate with, I believe that either a father or an uncle or a cousin abused them when they were children. And I mean sexually abused the hemorrhoid and Alan DeSummers. Now, what other reason would Alan DeSummers send not just me those pictures that I talked about, but he sent them to the Big Cabin, and he sent them to several other bloggers. So everybody knows he did this. Now, I have a video of those pictures that I made specifically for the NBI, and I sent those to the NBI, that video. And one of the questions that they asked me for was, where the hell did you get these pictures from? I said, my Facebook page. He goes, no, but where did they come from? I'm going, how the hell would I know where they came from? How would I know where those pictures came from? Because the officers in the NBI had never seen anything like that. I mean, I certainly never saw a man's arm inside another man. And especially, I made a video of the comments from Alan DeSummers saying that he wanted to do that to me. That's pretty sick. But look who he stays with. He's buddies with quite a few people that hide their face on YouTube. Quite a few people that hide their... There are some people that Alan DeSummers is friends with that I would also think are more like him than not like him. There are several bloggers that never showed their face on YouTube. And I think that they never showed their face on YouTube because they have a lot more in common with Alan DeSummers and the Hemorrhoid than they don't have in common with them. I mean, he talks with lots of people. He talks with Big Kevin. I don't think, well, I'm pretty sure. I don't know anything personal about Big Kevin that he's like that, so I would say he's not. And I don't think Big Kevin has the slightest bit of gayness in him, not 1%. But Alan DeSummers, he finds people on YouTube that won't show their face, and that he finds other people that will abuse other people's wives and girlfriends. So there's a guy named Sam Vankin that talks about why people like Alan DeSummers and the Hemorrhoid exist, and what they do, and why they do what they do. And he has basically come right out and said that people like Alan DeSummers and the Hemorrhoid and others that you've never seen their face on YouTube ever are straight up and down abused children. And they weren't just abused by people when they were an adult, or used when they were abused as children. And the abuse, the range of abuse is unbelievable. Think of the stories you hear about the priests and young boys, and then think Alan DeSummers and the Hemorrhoid. Could be that that's what happened to them when they were children. I know children, when we were children, two of my friends were abused by what was called a guidance counselor, not having to do with the church, but they were two boys that needed counseling because they were always getting in trouble in school, and their guidance counselor taught them about gay sex when they were like 11 years old. So it's a very big, distinct possibility that Alan DeSummers, the guy from Switzerland, and the guy Hemorrhoid, the guy who had that one video up from Behold, there's very distinct possibility that they're gay, or they were abused sexually in a pedophilia type manner. It's possible. They were abused sexually by one of their parents, or one of their uncles or aunts even. And I have seen some strange stuff, and I would say the Hemorrhoid was certainly abused, at least mentally, if not physically, as a child. And I would say the same thing about Alan DeSummers. So what I think the Hemorrhoid, he cannot stop talking about myself and my ex-girlfriend named Daisy May. He just can't stop. He was, I think it was Steve Montelli or Fat Slob Blogs. He was talking about me. Still, Daisy's gone 1.5 years now, dude. 1.5 years. And you're still talking about Daisy May. Because there's something wrong with you. And the same is true with Alan DeSummers. He will come on people's pages and say, oh, you're the best blogger, you're a great blogger, you're my number. And all he's doing is setting you up so that he can get you on his show and abuse you, because he's an abusive person, because I think he was an abused child. So the hemorrhoid, still talking about my ex-girlfriend Daisy May. She's gone a year and a half, not 6 months, not a year and a half. I knew she left 6 months before anybody else did, but I don't talk about that because it's the ancient history. But the hemorrhoid can't give it up. So I think there's some really deep psychological problems with the hemorrhoid that anybody that's ever had a girlfriend or a wife, or even anybody that's ever dated women, is an enemy somehow of the hemorrhoid, because the hemorrhoid himself has never had a normal relationship. And I think the same for Alan DeSummers. I think they're two very, very disturbed human beings in the closet, possibly homosexual, possibly straight up and down gay, possibly. But something is mentally wrong with both of them. We're not talking about a little problem here. We're talking about the possibility, as much as I never heard of it, like a father giving it to the son. Not, you see it in movies. Maybe that's what happened to them. Maybe the father was abused. It runs in the family through a whole chain of events. But maybe the hemorrhoid was physically abused as a child from his own father, or maybe his uncle, or even possibly his mother. It's such a strange place where the hemorrhoid is, that no one on YouTube is worth anything. No woman is worth anything. No wife is worth anything. No girlfriend is worth anything. No future girlfriend, nobody that you're dating is worth anything. No woman has any value to the hemorrhoid or to Alan DeSummers. No, none, no woman. Because something happened to those two male YouTubers and or bloggers or commenters. Something deep and dark, and probably very deep and very dark. And that's my opinion about the hemorrhoid being a very gay, in the closet man, and the same for Alan DeSummers. And I'm not going to change my opinion, because this is going on now 5 years that neither one of them have ever been with a woman, never talked to a woman, never showed you a woman, do nothing but talk down on women. There's some deep problems there. So, I hate to speculate, but maybe the hemorrhoids, that I have heard stories about things that were done to children, YouTubers. I won't mention those YouTubers, but I have heard stories about what has been done to some YouTubers, possibly by their family members, and sad. But and I don't know that it's true because I don't have pictures or video of it, but enough people have told me certain things to make me aware that these possibilities exist. And nobody fits the description of an abused child more than the hemorrhoid and Alan DeSummers. Those are the two most serious cases of abused or possibly abused children that I've ever seen. Neither one of them, after 1.5 years, can get it through their head that I am no longer with Daisy. Neither one of them. Why? What is so hard? If you think it hurts me to talk about Daisy, it does not. It actually doesn't, because people have relationships. Could you imagine if the average person got married to every woman he went out with? People would be getting married Normal people would be getting married 30 or 40 times during their lifetime and divorced. Some people would not have the time to go to court to get married and divorced after all the women they were with. But the hemorrhoid and Alan DeSummers, never seen them with a woman, ever. Never have you seen them with a woman. Never have you seen them talking to a woman. Just the one video where the hemorrhoid was abusing a woman that he had on a bed, telling her to get to the side of the bed and do this, do that, do this. But he wasn't touching her. He was just giving her orders. The hemorrhoid is a very disturbed human being. And who does he stay with? You look at the people that the hemorrhoid stays with, and then you're looking at a possible phone number and address for when the hemorrhoid gets to able to be traveling around or coming to the Philippines so that they can have some sort of either a friendship or a relationship with, but it's not normal. There's nothing normal about the hemorrhoid. Nothing at all. So now I'm going to go back. This is just some notes I had up on the screen. I'm going to go back. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my live stream now. So what I think the hemorrhoid is doing is making a list of the men he wants to be with when he can travel to make nice private videos with. Okay, that's what I think the hemorrhoid is doing. And there's another guy that the hemorrhoid is very close with, very close with. Now we know about that guy for sure. So that guy is he blogs from Manila. That confirms anything that I just said as far as the possibility of the hemorrhoid having some strange STRANG, strange friends. But if you'll notice, all the people that like the hemorrhoid are a little bit more off the chart than people like myself, who might be a little off the chart, but nothing compared to a hemorrhoid. So then what you have to ask yourself is if the hemorrhoid is looking to make a little black book full of $3 bills, what you have to ask yourself is, what else is wrong with them? So a little black book full of $3 bills. Got to ask yourself, is that possible what Fazio just said? It might be. It might be possible. And what is also pretty obvious about the hemorrhoid and about the Alan DeSummers, is my last comment on this. Have they ever started a business from scratch? Have they ever showed you anything they've done? Have they ever made a payroll? Have they ever had private employees, 4 or 5 employees, and a private, they had to make a payroll at the end of the week where they had to pay the men, or the men would quit and they'd lose their business? You don't see any of that. It's just blah, blah, blah. Have they ever started a business, hired employees, made a payroll? Have they ever owned anything? You don't see Alan DeSummers. He may own a house, but you don't see it. The hemorrhoid, pretty much, it's been confirmed he lives in his mother's basement. So I don't know if maybe he owns the house of his mother's house, but have you ever seen anything that they own? Have they ever owned a nice car, race car, Cobra, Corvette, Lexus, anything? Have they ever owned anything? Nothing. You have no proof of they have anything but a big mouth on YouTube. Have they ever owned a crane service or a backhoe service or a bobcat service or a tree service? Have they ever done anything dangerous in their life where they could go out and get turned into tomato juice before lunch? The answer to that question is no. So maybe the hemorrhoid and Alan DeSummers are just on YouTube to troll, so-called trolling for $3 bills for a little black book they're putting together. And we're going to go to the comments, and then we're going to start talking about Warren Hunt. Thank you, Scott. I see that you were working. Okay, shifting gears. I didn't get to watch you too much, but you never You cover so many topics. Great work. Really appreciate, enjoy every moment. Can't afford Patreon right now and tried Super Chat, but it didn't work. Well, I understand shifting gears. Please don't send me money. I don't know that the shill's money is going to come in for 2 more days. And then I made a note after each of the Super Chat. We're talking a $500 Super Chat and 2 $100 Super Chats from Warren over the course of 2 days disappeared. And I sent YouTube 3 letters in regards to that money and Nomad Patriots money. They never answered. I never received it. It would show up in my analytics. They stole my money. And the bank says that the money was sent to YouTube and YouTube doesn't respond. So even the fact that I complain that I don't get Super Chat doesn't mean if I get it, I'm going to get it, which means I might not get what you give. And that's not a joke. I'm not being facetious. They stole 800 and in 30 days, or actually in 10 days, in the month of July, August. Oh, I see more Super Chat. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we will bang a pot. Thank you. NYO Supra. Thank you. Let me finish shifting gears. And Michael, well, Scott has insights into things that you people on YouTube. I'm not gonna kiss and tell, but from my close friends, they know that it's not hard to meet a woman in the Philippines. Let's just leave it at that. Scott says Michael has had more punani than most of these vloggers have had peanut butter sandwiches. You really think it's having to send off a girlfriend bothers him now? Get a clue. So let me tell you what I could tell you about that without. One thing you've never heard me do, neither has any of my friends. No one's ever heard me say a bad word about Daisy. Never. It was I was probably upset for a couple of months. I mean, it was different. You know, you're living with a woman for 3.5 years, and then, then all of a sudden you're not living with a woman. But anything that Daisy did from the day we agreed Daisy was going to leave, and it was a mutual agreement. Scott Del Fuego can confirm this. So can Warren. So can Dennis. So can, I don't want to name but all my friends, John Escape, all my friends will confirm that from the very day that I knew Daisy and I were not going to be together, I have never ushered a bad word. But I hear this crap all over YouTube. You people can't get over me and a girl breaking up 1.5 years ago, and you think I have issues? I don't think so. And you can ask Scott, and if Dennis Adam is here, or Warren. Well, Warren's teaching guitar lessons right now, but if you want, you can go to their pages and ask them, has Michael ever ushered a bad word about Daisy and I breaking up? No, because we talked about it and we agreed on it, but we also agreed it would remain a secret. And all I hear is bullshit about how I was distraught. I was upset. She was upset. But that's what we decided to do. But you people out there that it's 1.5 years and you're still hopping on Daisy and I breaking up, why? I mean, why are you doing that? What purpose does it serve? It doesn't bother me. Today I'm talking about stuff that's real, but I'm still listening to what I believe to be the closet homosexual, the hemorrhoid, and the other closet homosexual in Switzerland, Alan de Summers. I'm still listening to them talk about Daisy May. Really? I mean, so as far as dating is concerned, did it ever occur to you people that I don't even talk about dating anymore or show any girls on YouTube so that I don't have to embarrass them if they were to be on video? Did it ever occur to you that's what happens? I hear that there's another guy. I forgot about another guy. There's another guy that gets along great. This is where it was. The hemorrhoid was on. Okay, this is where I think I saw a lot of comments. The guy that's living in Las Vegas that takes a pearl necklace nightly on the Las Vegas Strip. That guy, fat guy, he and the hemorrhoid get along perfectly well. And if you'll notice, never saw him with a woman either. But I don't think he's gay. I don't think that. I think he's straight. But he gets along with the hemorrhoid because there's something wrong with him inside his head also. I mean, seriously wrong inside his head. Whether he's serious about his hatred towards every blogger or whether he's not serious about hatred towards every blogger, the fact that he does it says there's something way wrong upstairs. But him being gay, I doubt. I doubt it. I wouldn't, But I'm going to tell you something. You can never tell. There are people that are not having gay sex that wish they could, which I doubt the fat guy in Las Vegas thinks like that. But he does have a lot in common with the hemorrhoid, and I do believe the hemorrhoid is a closet homosexual. I don't think anything different. I've given this. How can one person be so mad at everybody's wife and girlfriend? How is that possible? Unless they are themselves not capable of having a relationship with a woman. Relationship with a woman, you don't have to. The fat guy in Las Vegas, he said he had a date. Probably did. And, that's you're limited to what you can date in America anyway. But I mean, I doubt very much that he's going to have a relationship with the hemorrhoid. But I would think the hemorrhoid probably would want to have a relationship with him because it's a power thing. It's like the guys when they go to Bohemian Grove. They're not gay, but they force other men to have sex, anal sex, and regular sex with other men, men on men, men on men, men on men, men on men, so that they can take pictures and have stuff to extort you with. But it's also power. I'm not going to tell you I watched the video last week. It's in one of my tabs. I'm not going to give you the information or even the name of the video, but Alex, actually it was Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. It was podcast number 1555. That's what it was. And Alex Jones was explaining, even though I don't like Alex Jones, I believe this part of the interview, he was explaining that ex-presidents, ex-vice president, heads of state, that they will force you to have anal sex or force somebody to have anal sex with you, and then you have to turn around and clean that mess up with your lips. And that is not because they're gay or because you're gay, but it's a power trip that and they take a video of this, so they have this video to hold over your head as an extortion thing. So it's a power thing. So maybe the hemorrhoid is has such a low self-opinion of himself that he wants to get his fantasies going about meeting up with Alan DeSummers or some of these other, the ladyboy lover in Manila. He loves the ladyboy lover in Manila. They love each other. I mean, they not physically love, but they like each other a lot. That guy, that ladyboy lover in Manila, he makes no bones about it. He devotes 90% of his videos walking around and talking to ladyboys and prostitutes and the girls of the night. You never see him do anything. You know, he probably may not do anything. But the hemorrhoid loves that type of guy, so to speak. You know, like that. And the hemorrhoid probably would love to love them, baby. Like Donna Summers. Has any of those guys ever seen Donna Summers close up on stage? Danced with Donna Summers? Have you guys done that? No, I doubt that. Anyway, NWNYO Super, $5. Let's get the pot with $5, $50, $100. It's all the same, baby. It's all the same. It's all good. Thank you, NYO Super. Salamat. And for that, we get a big smile. $5, $50, $100. And I don't know that I'm going to get any of these super chats. In fact, most people will have known that I said don't super chat me anymore. And I don't expect people during this crisis to become members of my Patreon account. But I don't do this for the money, that's for sure. Because just the video where I showed you where I was with my little flesh wound, those videos took this 2, because they ran out of space. Those were 2 47-minute videos. So there's roughly 2 hours. Took by the time I set the camera up and stuff like that. And then it's taking 5 and 6 hours to load each video. So that's 12 more hours that the computer is hung up for. That's those 2 videos. But there are other videos from that day and the day before. So this week I'm going to spend 40 hours just loading videos. 40 hours of my time will be checking videos and loading videos. So although I do appreciate the super chat, I don't know that I'm going to get it. And although I do appreciate the super chat, and it is something, remember, YouTube takes 33%, not 30%, where these stupid bastards can't get it right. YouTube doesn't take 30%. I think it takes 33%. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the stupid bastard. But YouTube takes 30%, and now the Bureau of Internal Revenue of the Philippines takes 3% of the gross. Maybe that's where I'm getting the number 33. I think YouTube takes 30%, and now the BIR is taking 3% of Patreon and YouTube. So if I made $1,000, YouTube didn't take it, they earned $300, and the BIR earned $30 for allowing me to make videos in the Philippines, and YouTube allowing me to use their platform. So they earn their money. They have millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in service, but they did steal my money. They didn't earn that batch. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. NYO Supra. NYO Supra. Salamat. Shifting gears. No. Shifting gears. There's really not much you could do. As you noted, that the economy sucks. Shifting gears, and you had given a relatively generous super chat, $10. That's a generous super chat, but I didn't get it. So I'm going to ask you not. I did send you a notice then that I didn't get it, and I didn't get any message back from YouTube, and now we're talking about it again, and there's not much you can do about it. Can you change the way YouTube does? And I'm not going to set up I'm not going to set up I won't set up a PayPal. I have a PayPal. PayPal locked me out of my PayPal, and I can't get into it. I can't get into it because I don't have a code. These corporations are stealing your money. And I thought there was $247 in my PayPal account. I was mistaken about that. I went through my records, and when last I used that PayPal account, I have two. One is for something else altogether that I don't use. It's a backup PayPal. It's like just money that I have if I really need it, but I'm not putting that PayPal on in any kind of social media. So I had $47. So basically, I can't get into my PayPal account, and that has $47 in it. I thought it was $247. So you can't do anything shifting gears. And with the economy the way it is, I don't even ask people to become members of my Patreon community anymore. It would be nice, and there are 700 plus videos there, but you know, I understand that people don't have money, and I would not make a big deal out of it if some of my Patreon members leave, and sometimes I get new Patreon members. I will tell you that 2 months ago there was a $50 and two $10 quit my Patreon account, and then I don't know, within like 48 hours I got a $20 and a $50 subscriber. And those people have been, their payments are up to date. Some people have been on since the first week, a couple of years ago. Some people have donated $1 per month, some $3 a month for 18 months. Those people, my long-term subscribers, I make a special point. If there's something I would normally only post at the $50 or above mark, I make a special point to get it to those people at the $1 and $3 marks that have been long-term subscribers. Now, recently, there hasn't been anything like that. Now, the video I showed you of my foot and the wound I got, I could put that on YouTube, but it's for my Patreon members. It's not, you know, and it really had nothing to do with the wound I got on my leg. It was just the title I used to remind me that, you know, you can get injured in my line of work very easily. Now, did I hit myself with a saw? No. Did I shoot a nail through myself? No. That happens. You know, it does happen. But a piece of wood that I stacked improperly or properly, actually, I'm not going to blame it on the typhoon, but actually it was stacked vertically properly 10 days ago. And I've been feeding off that pile to do something that I needed wood for in the back of the property. Well, the typhoon came by and moved the wood closer to the edge of what it was set upon. Just the wind. Now, the wood is 8 foot 4 inches long and 2 inches by 2 inches. And some of them weigh about 3, 4, 5 pounds maximum. But they have a crisp, sharp edge from a power miter on them. I cut those myself. And the edge is crisp, and then I painted them. Well, from the wind blowing them closer to the edge of the table, I could think that they were closer to the edge of the table than I thought was the case, because I have a table on top of a table, and it was the upper table, and the wind moved them closer to the edge. So when I grabbed one, I didn't like that one, and I grabbed the one behind it, and when I pulled it forward, the one in the another one in the front, that separate one altogether, slipped off the edge of the table. Now, had they stayed where they were when I originally put them 6 or 7 inches back from the edge, that wouldn't have happened, but it did. So I named it something about, I don't know, gash repair or something like that. I don't even remember the name of the video. Let's see. Real Men Don't Cry, Part 2, Field Dressing, a 2-inch gash work. So for those of you who didn't see that, if you want to see it, I have it up on the screen. I'll show you the gash, and if you're interested. Now, shifting gears. Also, sender has to pay the tax. That's right. The sender has to pay the tax. I looked up how to super chat. It's okay. Yeah, no. The sender pays, the receiver pays, the credit card company gets 3%. I mean, they're just, they're nickel and diming us to get. Now, Scott Del Fuego has something important to say. Michael, Michael, we have a bottle of water. We're getting close. Michael is a loyal friend of Warren. Whether or not he sends money, to say otherwise is simply untruthful. So that's true. And I also want to talk about Warren and what he's doing today. And I'm going to tell you, Warren has some surprises. I think he's going to be coming out with some surprises. I asked Warren to make a video of at least one of his guitar students, because Warren teaches guitar. I told him to put the student facing the other way and have the student playing with Warren's bird in the background, the bird cage. But I don't know that he's going to do that. I don't know, because not everybody wants to be, even if they're facing the opposite way. But I did ask him to do that, and he said he was going to ask. He had 3 students on Saturday and 3 on Sunday. But Warren has good news for him, good news for a lot of people, and bad news for some. But I'm going to let Warren disseminate that information. Now, it won't be this week. It's not going to be this week. But if what you're gonna see is a reduction in Warren responding to bullshit on YouTube. You're gonna see a reduction, if not a complete stoppage, because it's no longer necessary. The goal has been achieved. Let's just say the goal of whatever the goal was has been confirmed and achieved. Now, Warren just has to wait for the paperwork to dry, the ink on the paperwork to dry, so to speak. So Warren is doing well. For a while, after his radiotherapy, it really monkeyed up his body pretty bad. It put him in a deep thought as to what's going on, because he's going through radiotherapy or chemotherapy for the second time, and it hurt his head. That hurt his head a little bit. But he's over that now, thank God. And the last several days I talked to him, he seems quite normal. But I will tell you that you're probably not going to see a lot of Warren hashing stuff back and forth on YouTube, because according, Warren is very happy with everything that's going on right now. There's no need to go to spend time doing all that nonsense. So he's going to concentrate on his next treatment for radiotherapy, which will be this week. And he's going to concentrate on his students for his guitar lessons. Saturday and Sunday is student day, but I think he was going to try to add one more day during the week to have more students. And he gets paid $60 an hour to teach people guitar. And hopefully he's going to get one of those students on his channel. Okay, so yeah, and as far as Warren giving me money, I know what all you people out there keep saying about me being broke and about this, that, and the other. Now, you know, I don't have a mansion that I'm living in. I will one day again. I did for many years. I lived in a beautiful $1.2 million house in Key Largo with a big fancy boat and nice sharp fancy race car. But that was it was something that if you didn't own a Cobra or a Corvette and you were brought up in America or Harley Davidson, like Scott owns a Harley Davidson, these are like the dream toys. A full dress Harley, a big giant 1200cc Kawasaki rice burner that goes 175 miles an hour, or a full dress Harley. Even some people for a full dress Honda that has air conditioning and heating, and it has radio and windshields and stereo, and damn, those full dress Hondas, they don't have everything but a hot tub in them. So if you've never owned anything in life, and everybody knows the American dream is the more toys, the bigger the boys, or the bigger the boys, the more toys. So if you never had toys, and toys could consist of anything from, for me, a toy is a 35-ton crane. That's a toy, because that's the biggest one I ever owned. But I've operated cranes that could work 200 tons. I've operated the Core Ring 666 backhoe with a 6-yard muck bucket on it. I've operated the Weeks 500 or the 501 that picked up 500 tons with an 85-yard muck bucket. Those are toys. Those are just something to fluff the ego. Some people have never owned anything like that. Warren is, he likes to teach people how to play the guitar, because that's a thing of beauty. He also likes archery, and he likes his guitars. He has a collection of guitars. Does he have to prove that he has a cabinet this wide and this high, beautifully displaying his medals and his awards? No, he doesn't need to do that. In fact, I never asked him to say it. One day, about a year ago, he showed it to me and detail up close and personal to his computer just one time. And Warren is a highly decorated police officer. So you people out there that are abusing Warren, here's what I can tell you about what's going to happen without telling you what's about to happen. And it's going to happen. You have abused a highly decorated police officer in Australia. Some of you have sent the police claiming that Warren was going to kill another country. Knowing that Warren was in Australia, somebody thought Warren was packing up to go to the Philippines to do harm. So they sent the squad. What's the name of that squad? The anti-terrorist squad in Australia. They sent a 6. There was 6 men that came through Warren's front door. Had he not opened it, they were going to knock the door down with one of those bazooka doorbusters and throw a flashbang in. So 6 men entered Warren's premises when he said, "How can I help you?" They said, "This is the police." And he opened the door. And they spent, this is why this is going to happen, what's about to happen, what's in the process of possibly happening, what might happen. So they sent the police to Warren's house, and they said, we understand you're going to the Philippines and you're going to do harm to another man. And he said, no, I cannot travel. We're not allowed. We're in lockdown. How can I get there? So they agreed, and they spent 2 hours with Warren watching videos of the person who supposedly called them up, although there's a record of that, and a voice confirmation that a person called up the Australian police and sent the anti-terrorist squad to Warren's house. That was Monday. I was on Skype with Warren when they knocked on the door. On Friday, we were on Skype and they knocked on the door again. And apparently it was the police again. Again. They sent the police again. And they said, what was said to them on the phone? And Warren said, no, I have not done anything of the sort. And they said, well, you're going to have to come with us to the hospital and get tested. So he did, and it was 6 hours away from his house. The blood test had to be taken 3 times because there were complications with the blood coagulating and registering what was in the blood. And when they realized that Warren had no chemicals in his body, another false police report was written. But the second false police report went not with the Sutherland police as the one on Monday did. The second false police report, because it involved possible drug abuse and because it was made falsely, what is known as the Australian Federal Police got involved with that case. And that was about 2 months ago. So now Warren was already working with the Australian cybercrimes. Then the Sutherland police sent an anti-terrorist squad to his house with the bazooka doorbuster and flashbangs. And then on Friday, they sent the ambulance, saying that what wasn't true, it was not true. Warren did not try to commit suicide, but they said that the phone call that they have registered with the man's voice was told on the phone that Warren called up this man in the Philippines and was looking for sympathy, which is not the case, never happened, and that Warren threatened to kill himself, which he never did. He never called anybody. He never threatened to do that. He never even thought about it. Yet, the man in the Philippines called up the hospital and said that Warren called begging for sympathy and that he was going to commit suicide. And they sent the police and the ambulance. And when Warren got to the hospital, he had to be psychiatrically evaluated. But somehow the federal police got involved with that one. And then they called the man back in the Philippines and said, do not call anymore. Never call Australia again. That was Friday. And I think the next day, he called again, trying to send somebody to Warren's house for a third time in 6 days. That was bad. Like Bill Money, that the guy, the little boy that on Lost in Space, but when he was on Star Trek, he said, you're a bad man. You're a very, very bad man. A very, very, very bad man. And then he would go like this, and you would disappear, or make your mouth would close up where you couldn't breathe. That's what the Australian police said about the guy in the Philippines. You're a bad man. You're a very, very, very bad man. Like that. And then it got serious when the Australian Federal Police got involved. So, although everybody thinks that Warren is lying, I will tell you that he's not lying. Not lying about that. He's not lying about what happened. I'm not lying about what happened. I'm not lying about who got involved. I'm not lying about why they got involved. And I'm not lying about that they have recorded conversations. Even though the second call, and only the guy in the Philippines would know this, the second call was made to an ambulance service. Well, all those calls are recorded as well. So right now, Warren is very comfortable knowing that paperwork is being processed to make him happy, and it's a whole procedure. If I told you what the procedure was to get that done, you wouldn't believe it. First of all, you wouldn't believe it. That's why people don't start arguments with other people in the Philippines, because the paperwork is severe. The paperwork is severe. It's paperwork and time and dealing with so many people. Some are good, some are bad, some don't know what they're doing, some are new at the job, some don't care. You're dealing with 7 or 8 different types of people that some of them just don't care. They're not going to take an interest. There are more important things to do, and there are more important things to do. But in Australia, those guys, once they saw them videos about that guy, D-A-T, that guy, when they saw them videos about that guy, they really did collect more than 600 videos. They really did collect 600 videos. And they collected 600 videos. I think they were making, personally, the Australian police, the cyber crimes unit, the federal police, personally, I think they have a private stash of the craziest shit that ever happened on the internet. And that's why they asked Warren for over 600 videos. But they are using certain videos for certain things. So those things are happening, so that you won't be seeing much of Warren doing rebuttaling and back and forth and this, that, and the other thing. And he no longer needs to do that. Somebody else is doing that now. Somebody else. So you should rest assured that shortly, whatever this determination is going to be, that it will happen. I think it's going to happen before Christmas. The promise, today is November 1st. Yeah, the promise was made before the end of the year. But, Christmas comes early, 15th, you start partying. So we'll see what happens. But you should know that Warren is a very happy man. He's back to teaching his students. He no longer has to do all this nonsense that he was doing back and forth on YouTube. And his mind is relaxed today, and he was back to his old self this morning. We talked early this morning. And now it's time for me to drink my bottle of water, which is going to happen quick. There's the bubble right there. There's the bubble right there. I'm a little thirsty. I've been talking for 3 hours and 3 minutes and 36 seconds, and here we go. We're done. Shifting gears. Well, I don't know if there'll be any changes. If you come on another live stream, and I received that super chat, it doesn't mean I'm going to receive the next batch. I can't tell you about that. So we talked about Warren being Warren is Warren is very content with the outcome of what he worked for over the past several months, and he did work for it. You know what they want from Warren? Let me tell you how they do this in Australia. In the Philippines, they take thumb drives. In Australia, you have to give them a whole drive, whatever, a 3 terabyte drive, and then they put a label on the drive with the case number, Warren's name, and the agency. So right now, Warren has one. They only had one. It's a blue one. And he has to get 2 more 3 terabyte drives. Now, I don't know if it has to be 3 terabytes. I don't know why it would have to be 3 terabytes. But he has to get 2 more and transfer the files, over 600 videos, onto each drive as a final list of videos that were not listed in the first set of drives that he gave them about 2.5 months ago. See, the first drives had about 300 videos, and then he submitted another 300 plus videos, and then today is what, Sunday? Friday morning, he got a phone call. Actually, he's been getting a lot of calls, but Friday morning he got a phone call saying, we're done. You don't just the videos that you submitted, and he has a list. Put each of those sets of videos and the transcripts onto a 3 terabyte drive. And we need 3 drives. One for the Sutherland Police Department records, one for the Australian cybercrimes records, one for the federal police records, and Interpol is going to let him know what they want from him next week. They're also going to request something from him next week. So, but he does not have to spend any more time on this. So it's in LaRue, my friend LaRue Seagrass. So, hello, LaRue. We'll talk about some happy things. LaRue, hello, host Michael. Good afternoon. Hello, LaRue. So, those of you who don't know LaRue Seagrass, she's a Filipina woman blogger. She blogs in both English and Visaya, and she's very religious. And so if you wish to have a conversation about God and about the church, LaRue is a good person to have that conversation with. Now, I used to have conversations about God per se, but I don't anymore because my understanding of the great spaghetti monster in the sky has changed. Do I believe in a higher power? Yep. But I don't believe in the biblical God per se. But I will tell you, it doesn't hurt to pray to God. If you pray every morning and every night, it doesn't hurt. It definitely does not hurt. There's nothing wrong with prayer. The power of prayer, even if it's only a personal subliminal kick that you get some sort of juice out of, that gives you strength to carry through the day. The fact that it does that in and of itself is helpful. So LaRue is very much into the power of God, and that doesn't hurt her in any way, shape, or form. She doesn't care whether you believe in God or not. But if you want to talk to a woman about God, LaRue Seagrass is that woman in the Philippines. And she always has a smile on her face. And if you go to her channel, she'll give you a nice shout out. So please feel free to take LaRue's name down if you're religious, even if you just want to kick the concept of God around. Nothing wrong with believing in God. In fact, I heard Steve Montelli say, "Oh, God damn it, I hate religion," last night. I heard him say that. And it was funny because religion is not God. God is not religion. And he's so right about that. I mean, Steve said, where is God when you need him? Is he ever there when you need him? I don't know. I've seen God on site when I was in when I got stabbed and died on the operating table. He was there that day, or something was there that day. When I got hit by a truck, that was an interesting day where I flew. I was up 12, 13, 14 feet up in the air, and I flew damn near 30 feet across, almost across the four-way intersection. God was with me that day. I remember looking at the clouds going, those are such nice clouds. And I remember going, this is going to hurt when I fall, when I hit the ground. I hope I hit the ground not on my head. And I hit the ground on my side. And it put me in a state of shock. But God, per se, was with me that day. And another time I fell off from one of my cranes into a pile of steel. And the guy who I was with didn't even get up. He just kept smoking a cigarette. And I was like in shock because my head landed in the webbing of a 10-inch I-beam. And I'm looking at him and he's looking at me, just continued to smoke. And I couldn't move. I was kind of like my whole body was in shock. I fell 7 feet down to the deck into a pile of steel. I said, well, what is wrong with you? Aren't you going to help me up? And he looked at me and he goes, shit, I thought you were dead. I'm going to give me a hand. Get me out of here. I was in a pile of steel. I had steel stuck through my jacket. I landed in a web of a 10-inch I-beam. He should have took my head, side of my head clean off, but it didn't do that. That was God watching out. And then I was in a storm on Lake Erie with 30-something vessels, huge vessels, up to 80 feet were lost in this storm on my barge. He was with me then, that day too. So whatever it is that is God, I believe in this higher power. So Steve saying, God damn, I hate religion, I could agree with that. But some people have special spirits that watch over them. And some people are possessed by demon spirits that just get them in more and more trouble on a daily basis. Ed Van Hagen. That's right. Now, that's the storm I was talking about. That's the storm that I was talking about, Ed Van Hagen, that I was on Lake Erie, and there was boats everywhere disappearing. And I'm going, how big? I was only 30, 1980. I was 33 years old. I was 32. And I'm going, how big could these waves be? How big? I'm going, it's a lake. And it wasn't even a big lake. It was Lake Erie. And I knew about the songs about vessels being in Lake Erie and the Great Lakes. But I never realized, just when you want to talk about one of the topics I've been talking about, real men walk backwards, real men own barges, real men own cranes, real men own backhoes, real men own tools, real men dress their own wounds. So it was big. First wave, not so much. And I tied myself into the pilot house like a Spider-Man, but I had a couple of knives on me in case I had to cut the ropes loose. And I stayed only like a mile offshore so that the wind was blowing towards shore and the wind was blowing from my back. So I figured, well, maybe I could get to shore and live if the barge capsizes. And the first wave wasn't so big. It just made the barge go up on a little angle like that. And then it came back down. The second wave made the barge go like this. There was the stern drive was out of the water. The barge was face down. The front of the barge was into the ocean, into the lake, 6 or 8, 10 feet, and it almost flipped over, ass over tea kettle. And I'm going, oh boy, this might be the end, the beginning of the end. Yeah, I was out there. I was in the thick of it, but I made it through that. And that was the day I learned how to whistle. I only could whistle one day in my whole life. And that day, I was whistling any song I wanted. And if you were to listen to me whistle, I could whistle it as good as any whistler in the world. It sounds strange, but somehow, for that 1 hour and a half of my life, I could whistle like a professional whistler. I mean, perfect whistling, perfect tempo, perfect beat, perfect sound. And I can't whistle. I can't whistle now. I couldn't whistle last week, and I couldn't whistle before that. But that day, I just started whistling, and I knew there was something watching over me. I don't know what it was, but it was there with me. So God, per se, not so much. Spirits, I believe in. And evil deities, I believe in. You see evil deities all the time. You take the hemorrhoid. There's got to be something that we would consider, could be considered evil, could just be considered some sort of weird, mental state that he has, but something caused that weird mental state that was evil. Who knows what happened to the hemorrhoid or Alan de Summers? Who knows? Who knows what happened to them? Who knows? I mean, you don't know anything. You have no idea. I will never tell the story about a friend of mine who did tell me she was abused as a child. I will never tell you who did it, why, when they did it, and how long it happened for. But I will tell you that she was abused. And she was seriously abused. And when she told me, I'll tell you exactly what day she told me. I knew her since I was 12. And she told me, I left New York in 1993 to live in Florida. So I think I left New York. I left New York in 1993 for sure. And I left in September or October of 1993. And I went to live with her for a few weeks before Christmas in Florida. So it was October or November of 1993. And so she was, at that time, I was 37, 38, and she was 37. She was a year younger than me. So the shit that happened to her, that she told me happened to her, if even half of that happened to the hemorrhoid or Alan de Summers, then you know why they're so messed up in the head. Well, I would know, because some of the stuff that her own family did to her, I won't repeat it. I won't repeat it because maybe her children are watching the show, and they don't know that I'm actually talking about their mother. Some of them do, maybe some of them don't, but they probably also know what happened to their mother. It was their mother after all. But that woman was messed up in the head. So the Alan de Summers and the hemorrhoid being messed up in the head, we don't know what happened to those, if anything at all. Yeah, Edwin Hagen. Yeah, that barge dragon thing. I was thinking about barge dragon last night I ran across something I had on Barge Dragon. I don't remember where it was. I had something in my hand that was on Barge Dragon. I had a lot of stuff from Barge Dragon. And yeah, owning a barge for 11 years, that was a freaking trip. A crane barge. You go out there and you go out and pull 60-foot sticks out of the ocean and you put them on your barge or tie them up next to your barge and go out in the middle of the winter and break ice with your barge to go do a job, go down the canal, crushing 30 foot like an icebreaker. Now, the ice wasn't thick, 3, 4, 5 inches thick, but I'd smash through the ice all the way down the canal and go do a job where the ice pulled out a piling or was picking up the pilings because they were put in backwards. I'd get a call to go down the canal and to pop what's left of the piling out or to pick it up off the top of the ice and then turn it around and put the butt end down. Yeah, the barge was trippy, owning a barge and a crane. I had a big crane on it. I had a 35-ton crane. So you people out there that think you know about what real men do for a living, some of you do, some of you don't. Some of you can watch my old Barge Dragon videos. You think you look at these videos, just remember, everything on the barge will crush you. Everything on the barge will turn you into tomato juice. There isn't anything on the barge that won't turn you into tomato juice. The bucket, even the smallest bucket I had was a 1-yard bucket. That weighed 900 pounds, 1,100 pounds, depends. The rock bucket was 1,300 pounds. I mean, I never weighed it. Those will kill you. They'll turn you into tomato juice. The drop hammer was 4,200 pounds. That'll turn you into tomato juice. The leads for the pile driver, that'll turn you into tomato juice. The cables will clip your hands off if I'm using the drop hammer with the slide bars. That'll pull your hands off. The boom could fall down, live wire could break, live boom, live wire could break. That'll turn you into tomato juice. Everything on the barge would turn you into tomato juice instantly, not like, little by little. The little scratch I got yesterday is nothing. Yes, I do. I have videos, and I have videos going into Florida, living like an animal. I have the videos at Cape Hatteras, where I got lost on the Pimlico Sound, where I said land is either this way, or land is that way, or land is that way, or this way. I don't know where land is because I was fogged in with a broken GPS for, I guess it was several days. Couldn't see anything. It was only in 20 feet of water. There was no fish, so I couldn't fish for dinner. I put the bucket down in the muck to figure if I could maybe get some clams for dinner. Because, you get tired of eating pork. I had a lot of pork and a lot of spaghetti and soups and shit like that. But you get tired of that. I pulled the bucket up and it was just dead mud. And most of the Pimlico Sound in the year 1998 was dead where I was anchored. So after it was a couple of days, it was raining, it was sleeting, it was snow. I was out in places, in canals and estuaries that were on the map as like a hole where I could drop the spuds down and go to sleep. But then at night, the wind would pick up and it would snow or rain or sleet. And I'd be covering myself up with plastic bags and tarpaulins. And it got so bad a couple of nights, I would start up the engines. There were 2 671s in there. And I'd start up the engines and get them warm. And I would leave the pilot house and go downstairs and sleep on top of the motors. I'd throw a blanket across the top of the motors And believe me, I was tired enough to fall asleep. I had a pillow and everything, but I would just sleep right on top of a motor so that I would stay warm. The motors had panels along the sides, so I would just take one panel off and crawl into the engine box. It was a box. And now you people don't know what it's like to live like that. I lived like an animal, but the barge made me a lot of money when I had the barge. It ended up buying me a house in Florida, which turned out to be a great investment until they destroyed the economy. And I had fun with the barge. And then I ended up buying a 428B Caterpillar backhoe, which is a $185,000 machine, which I didn't pay that much for it, but that's what it was worth in the condition I bought it. And then that bought me an Ocean Racer. And that backhoe also bought me a Cobra Mustang, brand new out of the factory. So I lived like an animal working on the barge. I worked like an animal. I risked my life like a dog my entire life in that part of my life. And yet I had lots of toys and all the bills were paid easily until they destroyed the economy. I didn't destroy the economy. So, yeah, I worked hard, I played hard, and I enjoyed my life a lot more than most people can say they did. So, that's fact. I done a lot of stuff that I don't talk about. A lot of stuff. Lots of stuff I don't talk about. And I don't talk about it because I don't want to hear people say, you're full of No, it's the truth. Some of that stuff I have pictures of, some of it I don't. But even if I did, I wouldn't show them to you. Some of the things I did were really off the chain crazy. They're my pictures. Maybe no one will ever see them. Maybe they'll only see them in person. And maybe the videos that I have of some of the more crazy stuff I did will never be seen. Now, I just took them for the hell of it. But let me tell you something. You people out there that think that you've lived an exciting life, some of you probably have. We know that lots of my friends, which is why they're my friends, have lived exciting lives. But the rest of the people on YouTube, it's just blah, blah, blah. Except for Big Kevin. Big Kevin did have an interesting life in that he spent all those years in the Philippines and then he worked in the heavy equipment mining industry. But Big Kevin has lost his edge. Let's say he doesn't live in the Philippines, but he still talks about the Philippines, which is okay. But Big Kevin had the opportunity to lose. Well, he said he was going to lose 200 pounds, but unfortunately, last week I saw him talking about his new braces for his legs, which he would not have needed. Now, I don't know how much they cost if they were given to him by the government or the state, but the bottom line is it would have been a lot cheaper and easier and more healthy for him had he lost the 200 pounds that he set as a goal or whatever it was. So he's lived an interesting life, but he's lost, the train of thought, to be healthy and to not to not keep his word to what he was going to do. So to me, I don't find his channel. I don't watch his channel. I haven't watched. To be honest, I haven't watched 5 seconds of a Big Kevin video. I watched the knee brace video. I watched that for about a minute. Kind of felt a little sad that he didn't lose all that weight. And before that, it was several months before I watched another video of his. I just don't find anything interesting. But then again, if he was doing exercise, then people would be making fun of him for doing exercise. Like, we have a lot of big mouths on YouTube, right? We have a lot of big mouths on YouTube. Big mouths, big mouths, big mouths. So I walk backwards. And I make a joke that big real men walk backwards. Well, The only people that will make fun of me walking backwards or talking about me walking backwards are people that are my friends making a joke about it, or stupid people that's, you walk backwards. What if you get hit by a car? Well, if you get hit by a car walking forwards, you're not looking up at the cars anyway. They make fun of me because they can't do it, because they're lesser, they're not as physically fit as I am. They make fun, blah, blah, blah. Like, look at the hemorrhoid. Look, we'll just use the hemorrhoid. We're going to use the hemorrhoid till he's all, used up. The hemorrhoid, right? You don't know anything about the hemorrhoid. The hemorrhoid attacks everybody's wife and girlfriend on YouTube, but he hides behind the computer screen. Okay? So the hemorrhoid makes fun of me walking backwards, and the hemorrhoid's bestest friends make fun of me walking backwards. But can they walk backwards? So we already discussed why I walk backwards. It builds up muscles in your legs that you don't normally use. It's like if you don't walk, none of the muscles in your legs get used. And if you only walk forward, the muscles that you use to walk backwards atrophy. So that's why you see people that are training for boxing and wrestling, they jump rope, because it uses different muscles that they don't use from walking. But only stupid people are going to make fun of me for walking backwards. And I don't give a shit. You can't walk backwards, that's your problem. I can walk backwards 1 mile. Not a problem for me. Now, then I get people saying, you can't walk backwards. Yeah, I can. And I will. If you want to wager me a large sum of money, I will do that. Okay? It's not problematic for me. I hear people say, you can't swim I can. I can swim a couple of kilometers, and I don't swim that much. And when I was swimming every day, 2 miles, not a problem. No problem at all. And could I get back into shape to do swim? Yeah, I could do that. I could definitely swim a mile. A mile is nothing to swim. But I want a $10,000 wager. So you got big mouth, I can't, but they got no money to make a wager. Well, why do they have no money? If they got such big mouths, back it up. Back it up. So I've done a lot of stuff, even some stuff with the barge that I have videos of. I would never show those videos. I did some crazy shit with that barge. And remember, you got a barge. If I even said, one of the things that I did with the barge, if I even told you what it was, that was in 1999, I'd probably still get in trouble for that. The barge had capabilities that went far beyond those of mortal men. You could do some strange shit with that barge. All right, so let me get back to the comments, if there are any more. Barge, owning a barge. How many of you have ever owned a barge? Yeah, the Coast Guard. I remember whenever the Coast Guard came on the barge, this is what I used to do. I would get boarded a lot. And I would just make... I didn't care. I mean, I had... as a captain of a vessel underway from port of origin to port of destination, I was allowed to have weapons on the barge. That was not a problem. So... But the Coast Guard, the first thing they do when they board the vessel is they always ask me permission. Yes, sir, you can board. Do you have any weapons on? Yes, sir. I have a weapon upstairs, and I have whatever I had on the barge. I would tell them where it was, and they would take the weapon. And then when they left the barge, they would unload the weapon and put the weapon back in the pilot house up on the next to the navigational stuff. So, but one of the things I would always do with the Coast Guard is I would start brushing my teeth. And I'd have this tube of toothpaste in my pocket, and I would start brushing my teeth, and they would come on, and I was brushing my teeth, and they would, "Are you the captain of it?" Yeah. And So when, what's your name? And I'd spit some toothpaste down on the deck of the barge, and I'd answer a question, and I brushed my teeth some more, and then I'd put a little more toothpaste in my mouth, and they'd still be there asking me questions, and I'd spit some more on the floor. And I would do that for like 4 or 5 minutes, because that gives you, first of all, it was a welcome break to stop the barge and shut the engines off. The noise was just horrendous. But also, I just did that. I don't know why I did it, but they never bothered me. One time I got bothered. One time I got stopped, and they locked me down in Little Creek, Virginia, the biggest nuclear submarine and battleship and Navy yard in the whole world, Little Creek, Virginia. And they locked me down there to do some repairs after I got stuck in that storm. And then but they didn't give me a fine. They could have fined me, but they didn't. And then I got locked down in Cape Hatteras, right outside Odin's Dock. They didn't fine me then either, but they made me stay there to do repairs. But I did this by myself. I brought a barge from Traverse City, Michigan to New York, 188-ton barge by myself, went through 33 locks and bridges by myself, tied the ropes up, fueled the barge, repaired the motors, changed the oil, added fuel, greased everything, by myself, and took 3 months and 2 days to get from Traverse City, Michigan to New York by myself, then down the Erie Barge Canal through the Lake Michigan to Lake St. Clair, down through the straits, down through after you pass Chicago, you go down the straits, and then down. That's I think it's 8 miles, 8 miles of just down river. You're going at 12 knots. The barge only went 4, but I was going 12. Ships, trying to back off ships that would coming up on my end, my rear end, and I would see them coming up. They're not stopping. They're not going side to side. The Detroit Straits is a 8 or 9 or 10 or 12 knot current, and those ships are moving at close to 20 knots with that current added to their speed. And I'd see a ship coming at me that weighed 500, 700, 100,000 tons. That the barge, when the ship went by the barge, the ship was like, if let's just say one of those ships would have hit my barge, it's possible that they were so big and weighed so much they wouldn't even knew that they sunk the barge, 188-ton barge. And I did all of that by myself. Then I brought it to New York, and built a bulkhead building and deck and dock building company up from nothing by myself. And then I sold the barge to a guy on Cat Island in the Bahamas, and took the barge from New York to Miami, revamped the barge to his specifications by myself. And then I had an assist boat bring me from Miami to Cat Island, to Orange Creek Marina, Cat Island, Nicholas Cripps, by myself on the barge. But the boat did assist me, because I had to go through the Gulf Stream. So you people out there that think that you've lived an exciting life, or a tough life, or an interesting life, I don't think so. It depends on what you consider interesting or exciting. Some guys, I had a guy tell me last week, I don't know that I should tell you what he told me, but here's what he did say. He said, look, if you take this apartment, he built several houses, okay? if you take this apartment, this was his reasoning to get me to move out of my state of luxury here. His reasoning was this. You want to hear stupid. So if you take one of my houses that he built, they're separate individual houses with a separate electric and a separate water. It's like a room and there's a bedroom that's to the front of the room. It's all open, no walls. So it's like 30, maybe 26 feet by 26 feet. And part of that, there's one room is a bathroom, and the rest is all open. Open kitchen. Your bed stays out in the open. Your living room, your kitchen's all open. Had air con. It's all brand new. It's never been used. If you take and you sign an agreement for a year, this is his reasoning, then you'll be able to go and pick up women and bring them back to a nice place. And I'm going, so why would this be important to me? For what reason? This is your sales pitch. So I give you 20,000 pesos a month so that I could go and pick up women. That's your sales pitch? Is that really your sales pitch? What makes you think that even interests me? Number one. Number two, we're in a lockdown. You can go to Alona Beach, and in the whole day, the course of a whole day, you might see 18 people, and they're all together. 5 people of a family. You'll never see a single woman in Alona Beach the last 7 or 8 months. For the most part, in Tagbilaran City, not a lot of single women. I mean, if you want to meet a single woman and you're not too fussy, you could do that. But what would make me want to rent a house for 20,000 plus electric and water? So figure 500 a month. What would make me want to leave my life of luxury that I have right here to live in a house? I don't understand that. So he thought it would be, the point was, he thought it would be good for me. I would have a more exciting life going out, and the word that he used was picking up, not women, but it starts with a W, okay, and ends with an S. Picking up WSs on a regular basis, and that was going to make my life exciting, because that's what makes his life exciting. And that doesn't mean excitement to me. Excitement to me was getting in a backhoe and ripping out a root system on a 70-foot high tree. Now, I have a lot of videos of this stuff too. And dropping a 70-foot tree by ripping out the root system on 3 sides, and then getting on the 4th side and easing the root system out of the 4th side. And then you want to make a drop in a certain direction. That's exciting. That's exciting. I could not pick up a 70-foot tree, but I could drop them. And I have a lot of videos that I don't post anywhere of stuff I've done like that. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. And not every job that I did, even when I was working for the state itself, not every job I did was 100% a good thing. And I worked lots of jobs for the state. They would come and make a deal. Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. So you people out there, you think you've lived exciting lives, you've done exciting things. Maybe you have. I mean, did you ever own a brand new Cobra and bring it to the track and go 175 miles an hour? 168, 175 if the odometer was working correctly. Have you ever raced an ocean racer in the ocean with 720 horse naturally aspirated engines? No, I don't think so. Out of you. Otherwise, I would see those videos of you on your ocean racer. I don't see those. Have you ever lived in a $1.2 million house in Key Largo on a deep water canal with a boat cut and a boat ramp? I don't think you did that either. I don't see a lot of videos like that. I don't see the hemorrhoid. I don't see anything that the hemorrhoid owns. The only thing the hemorrhoid owns is a big mouth. Same with Alan DeSummers. The only thing he owns is a big mouth. And when he's threatening people, there are people that are actually afraid of that guy. Okay, there are actually people that are afraid of him. And then they back down. Okay, Alan DeWinter. And now that his face is out there, I saw a video of his face a few weeks ago. You don't see so much of him online anymore. I don't know if that even is his face, but who cares? Guy lives in Switzerland. He got a big mouth, threatens everybody on YouTube. And then he was sending out videos of gay porn to everybody to intimidate them. So I took his video and I sent it. I gave it to the NBI, and the NBI said, "Where the hell did you get this crap from?" The guys, I showed him. I opened up my Facebook page on at the NBI office. This guy is sending me this stuff, and he's friends with so and so. He goes, "Well, it really doesn't have anything to do with us, our issue, but." You know, they go, "Well, where did he get those pictures from?" And I don't know. I've never seen. I mean, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know where to get those. If I just woke up and said, "Let me find more of these pictures like this," I wouldn't know where to go. Probably. Oh yeah, and the other guy too. The other guy knows all about everybody's business, but you never seen him with a woman either. The other guy. So there's one, Alan DeSummers, and the other guy who you've never seen with a woman, ever. Ever. And the other guy that you've never seen with a woman, ever, never. And those two guys just happen to live near Manila and or Angeles City. So that's three. They must have something in common. And I personally think that the hemorrhoid is a closet, in the closet, gay man. I think that. And I think that's the common bond where they all stick together to abuse people like myself, even Big Kevin. They'll say stuff about Scott Del Fuego. They'll say stuff about Warren. I think the common denominator is that they're all in the closet and they're all looking for future dates in the Philippines or wherever they are. So that's what I think. And that's what I'm going to stick with. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it as I believe it to be the truth. And why else would after it's a year and a half. Okay, so I could give you the exact timeline. Now, I won't give you the exact days, but let's see. This is November, so August. 17 months. 17 months. But even before that, add 3 more months. 20 months ago. 20 months. Daisy and I talked about separating. 20 months ago. We talked about it several times. And we agreed that that was probably going to happen. And then one day, we both woke up and we both agreed that it should happen. And then it happened. You never heard me say a bad word about Daisy. I don't talk about Daisy in any way, bad way, any way, shape, or form. From the time we agreed we were going our separate ways, there was never any wish, want, will, or desire to get back together. Just it was agreed upon that it didn't work out. So why do I have to hear about this 20 months later still? Why? Because there's something wrong with you people in your head. There's something wrong with you people that you even have to mention her name. And I'm bringing this up because even this week, I hear the hemorrhoid and his buddies, we could call them his asshole buddies, but I mean, not literally, but figuratively, the hemorrhoid and his asshole buddies and or his compatriots in maybe a $3 bill club. You got to wonder what the advantage for these group of people that love the hemorrhoid and the hemorrhoid loves them. You got to wonder, can a hemorrhoid love? Can a hemorrhoid be in love with several men at the same time? Can a hemorrhoid fantasize about being in love with several men? Can a hemorrhoid fantasize about making love to several men? Well, according to Alan DeSummers, the pictures that he sent me, which were not the hemorrhoid, well, maybe they were, but I would say they're not. But I did see Alan DeSummers did send me videos, pictures of multiple men penetrating one man and one man looking like a pincushion. Okay, maybe that is the hemorrhoid's goal, to get all of these YouTubers that you never saw with a woman ever, the ones you've never seen with a woman, and some of them that you may have seen with a woman. There's one guy that I saw interview a woman on a couple of occasions. But maybe the main goal of the hemorrhoid is to get these guys into bed. I mean, that's the only thing that I could see that is the common denominator between them. And the big common denominator is you've never seen them date a woman. They have been next to a woman, talking to a woman, but never with a woman. So maybe the hemorrhoid is this closet homosexual filled with fantasies of making love to men in the Philippines. Maybe that's possible. But one thing we know for sure is that the hemorrhoid cannot stop. He can't stop talking about Big Kevin's ex possible internet girlfriend. He's all over Darren's travels. He's all over Sentai 7's girlfriend, Trixie, I think her name is. Chixie, one of those names. She's Chixie. I think it's Chixie, not Trixie. He's all over every woman on YouTube. Because why? Well, maybe you know. There's another thing. There's also a possibility. When you get a guy that constantly talks about other people's women and girlfriends and the hemorrhoid, why Daisy left me. I'm only just using Daisy because that's the only woman. You'll probably not see another woman on my channel for a while. But when you look at what the hemorrhoid has to say and Alan DeWinters, did you ever think of this? Did you ever think of, now I'm being serious now, did you ever think that the hemorrhoid himself, and I am being serious because I was I'll never forget this. I will never, ever, ever, ever forget this. I lived in a place in America, and I'm not going to tell you where I lived. And there was a beautiful girl that lived a few doors away from me. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, stunning. Good job. Irish. She was Irish. She had red hair, she was, and a beautiful greenish blue eyes. She was drop dead gorgeous. And she didn't talk to me because she kept to herself. She lived in an apartment, and she never talked to me. She didn't talk to anybody. She just came wherever she came from. At night, she went into the apartment and she left in the morning. And nope, she didn't talk to the neighbors. She never stayed out in the backyard where you could see other people. She just walked into her apartment. So one day, and I don't know how this happened, but she started dating a guy that lived about a block and a half away. And I knew this kid since I was born and raised in Howard Beach, so I knew him for a long time. So he started dating her, and one thing led to another. And being that I knew him since we were kids, he would go to the park because we lived near a park. So now he was dating her for a while, but they only went to the park. They not dinner that I knew of or anything like that. Well, anyway, one day they broke up. So, but then she got into the habit of going to the park. And now this guy I knew since I was about 5 years old. We went to school together. And we were the same age, but she was about 8 or 10 years younger. So I said to her, we'll just use a fictitious name. I thought you and so-and-so, we're not even going to use it. You and so-and-so were going to be like boyfriend and girlfriend. She goes, yeah, well, I tried that. And I like all of a sudden she started talking like we were best friends. And I says, yeah, well, what happened? I mean, the guy's a nice guy. She goes, let me tell you something. When it's hard, it's this big. That's what she did. She put a pinky in between her thumb and forefinger, and she said, when it's hard, it's this big. How am I gonna go out with him? That's what she told me. So that was like, oh my God. That and there was a word phrase we used for that when we were kids. We would call that the curse of the Irish. Now, it didn't have anything to do with being Irish, because that doesn't have anything to do with it. But the curse of the Irish could be anything. Could be alcoholism, could be your father beat you, could be your father kicks your ass in front of your friends. Everything was the curse of the Irish. So when she told me, she goes, look, this is, when it's hard, it's this big. And she wiggled her finger like that. And I'm going, really? And she's going, yeah. Now, I never told anybody who that guy was, but that's what she told me. So maybe the hemorrhoid and maybe Alan de Winter or Alan de Summer or the hemorrhoid, maybe they got the Gamai Utin, which means a very small, very small one. And maybe that's their problem, that it's so small that any woman would just laugh at it. Maybe that's the problem. I mean, just laugh. They would go, ha, 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 ha. Because I dated a woman like that. She told me about, now she was a nurse, so she saw a lot of hammers in her days. So I said to her, we were talking about one thing. I said, what happens when you see a really small one like that? She goes, she told me a story about a guy who she was dating for a while from the hospital, and he took his pants off, and they were going to have, she goes, no, we're not even going to try this. No, sorry about that. So there are men that look like men that are tall, big, 6 foot, and they got little teeny ones like this. This is it. This is what they were endowed with. Now, the bally bag is big, normal size sometimes, but the penis is small, like not much bigger than a pencil, and just a pencil eraser at that, like the tip of those old bowling alley pencil erasers. That's how big his penis was, about that big. She wasn't exaggerating. She was telling me as best she could describe it. So what you got to think about the hemorrhoid and about Alan de Summers is that maybe they have a very small pineal gland or penis, and that's why they're constantly talking about my ex-girlfriend, because at least I had a girlfriend. And I could be honest with you, I've dated a little bit more. You got to just remember something. I grew up in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. And at all times, I had money to do. I had my own apartment since 1976. Never lived home after that. I did for a couple of years before I moved to Florida. But from 76 to 91, when I started traveling around the United States, I just used my parents' house as a place to stay for when I was in the state of New York. But I started traveling in 91, and until 93, I didn't need an apartment. But the point that I'm trying to make is that I always had money and I always had time the winter off to do whatever I wanted to do. Go scuba diving in Florida, travel, hang out, do nothing, party, discotheques 5 nights a week. So for a guy to try to entice me to take an apartment for 20,000 pesos a month or $400 a month, and for him to think that for me that's excitement, no, I don't think so. For me to be upset with a girlfriend, as Scott Del Fuego mentioned, was I upset? Of course I was upset. Spent 3.5 years with somebody, and you just realize you just don't get along, not because of any evil thing I did or she did. You just realize it's not what we want. So it's kind of like a, just different being without that person. It wasn't like we were mad at each other. We just broke up. But I got to hear this from the hemorrhoid and Alan DeSummers and his friends and extended friends and the other guy who's never been with a woman in Los Angeles City. You never saw him with a woman. And the other guy in Manila, you never saw with a woman, date a woman. Got to hear this shit from them people on a daily basis? No, I mean, I don't watch their shit every day, but whenever I go to their shit, they got my name now and Daisy May's name there. So, that's your thing. But maybe that's the reason. Maybe their manhood is this big and that's it. Maybe that's all they got. Maybe their nutsack is normal, but their manhood itself looks like a pinky, the tip of a pinky. I think it's very possible that the hemorrhoid is a closet gay man with a very small unit. And, he can't help that. It's what we call the curse of the Irish. But no offense to the Irish. But like I said, when we were, it's Italian, Irish, German, and Jewish neighborhood I grew up in. So we were always goofing on everybody else's ethnic background. So, but the curse of the Irish, anything bad that ever happened to you, if you fell on your bike, that's the curse of the Irish. If someone threw you off the bridge, and that happened too. That's the curse of the Irish. If your boat sunk, you went water skiing and you hit a rock, that was the curse of the Irish. If the guys that you were skiing behind their boat, or you were on somebody else's boat, and you were in Speed Creek and they took you to the end of Speed Creek where all the raw sewage came out of Kennedy Airport, and they slowed the boat down while you were on the water skis, and the skis went from being planing off on the water to sinking in the water, and now you're pushing 1.5 feet of water in front of your ski, and the water is splashing in your face, and it's not blue water anymore or green water. It's like the slime green color, and all around you when you're going through, it's all bubbling up from the bottom, and you're being pulled through this, and they turn around at the back, all the way back by the sewer outlet. And the outlet, we're not talking about a sewer outlet that's 3 feet. We're talking about a chamber 14 feet wide, side by side 14 feet, 2 of them, and at low tide 6 feet high, and that the water would just flow from the millions of people, hundreds of thousands of people that used the airport, and also South Ozone Park, because this was before they put in the treatment center there. So the whole canal was full of fecal matter, and it just was bubbling, and you'd see turds floating all over the place. And if they didn't like you, they'd stop the boat, and you'd be in the actual, you'd be in actual sewage. That's the curse of the Irish. Depends if they liked you, they would just bring you down there at normal speed and whip you around, and they'd pull you back out. You still got all that gray water and fecal matter on your legs, and you still smelled it, and you could still see the turds floating around. But that wasn't exactly the curse of the Irish. You didn't know if you were getting cursed by the Irish until they slowed the boat down and all the water was splashing in your face. And sometimes, I'm telling you, they didn't like you. They'd stop the boat, and you'd be hanging on the end of that rope, because the canal back there was wide. It was well over 120 feet wide, big enough for the boats to turn around. But they'd stop the boat, and you'd be sitting in, you'd be in deep shit. You'd be in deep doo-doo. And that was the curse of the Irish. If they didn't like you, the curse of the Irish could be anything. So maybe the hemorrhoid has the curse of the Irish, and maybe not. Maybe not. We don't know. Maybe Alan de Summers has the curse of the Irish. Maybe not. But maybe these fantasies about making love to the ladyboy in Manila and some of the other bloggers, and those two guys are collecting names, taking numbers, and they want to make love. They want to make the man love. Maybe that's what they want. Maybe that's what they want. I don't know. It's hard to figure out what's up, considering you never actually saw the hemorrhoid. No one's ever seen the hemorrhoid. And, you don't know what he is, or even what he is. You don't know if he works supposed to be in his mother's basement. That should say a lot. And then the other guy, no one ever knows where he lives or what he does. And when you look at the other guy's friends, they're all friends. There's a big group of guys. Some of them don't have women. Some of them have beautiful wives. Some of them tolerate his nonsense. Some of them don't. But the ones that tolerate it, maybe there's something else going on. Maybe the hemorrhoid is a closet homosexual with a penis about the size of a little pinky, and with fantasies of wanting to hurt other people's feelings with their boyfriends and girlfriends, and he wants to actually have some sort of sexual relationships with you by shoving things in you, and because of something that happened to him when he was a little boy, by his uncle, his father, his cousins, maybe even his mother. Maybe the hemorrhoid's mother used to hit him with the wooden spoon. And I mean hit him with the wooden spoon. Give it to him good, so to speak. Maybe. All right, so what we got is, I'm getting ready to get off of here. I've been on here for quite a while now, 4 hours. No, the house in Key Largo, it had a value of about in 2006, the value of that house went up to $1.2 million, $1.3 million. After they destroyed the housing industry in the world, the housing bubble, the house had a value of about $385,000, with the caveat that if you bought that house, you had to put new windows, thermal windows, and thermal insulation in the roof and the walls. And then the maximum value of that house now, I think, is $685,000 now, today. And there's a reason the house has no value like it did in the mid 2000s. The reason in Florida, in the Florida Keys and in South Florida, they had plans to build 1 million houses. And that was just the start of the economic boom of the 2000s. So you couldn't buy a lot that was worth $12,000 in the year 1995. A lot was worth $12,000. By 2000, that same lot empty was worth $1 million, because it was on the water. One friend of mine bought one for $12,000. Wasn't much of a lot, but it was worth $1 million because it was big. It was on a bunch of on the Bayside. I wouldn't have lived there if you gave me a house on the Bayside. Between the alligators and the crocodiles, or the crocodiles and the mosquitoes. I wouldn't want to live there, but that's what it was worth. But the boom was that there wasn't any more waterfront property that was buildable, or you had to pay large sums of money. So you couldn't buy a property like mine that was paid $238,000 for. In 1999, it went up to $1.2 million, $1.3 million, because there just wasn't any more real estate on the water, deep water canals with a concrete dock and a concrete bulkhead. But at that time, every business was booming. Every restaurant was packed every night. Every bar was packed every night. Every excavation contractor had work 20 to 30 days a month. Every aluminum siding, every aluminum awning, storm window guy was putting storm windows up for the storm inspectors. Everybody was making money. Everything, every seafood place that sold seafood was making money. Every tourist industry was making money. It was the dive capital of the world. Every dive boat was full every day for most of the year. Every fishing boat was packed every time it went out or came back in. You'd see it packed. And every head boat was also packed. They were getting $1,700 a day for 6 men to go out on a 56-foot Hatteras, 60-foot Hatteras. Now you can go out on that same boat for about $1,000 a day, 10 years later, 15 years later, because every business was packed. There was no room for more businesses, everybody was making money. So you could go there and start a business. Now you can't start a business in the Florida Keys. There's no money there. Nothing left there. The house across the street from me on a dry lot, he was going to get $800,000 for the lot. And the house, it was just a piece of garbage wooden house. And he was going to get almost $800,000 because it was on a main street. And now it went for sale for $165,000 last year. I saw it go on the market. It's worth nothing. Everything is worth like 1/8 of what it was worth. Off the water, 1/7, 1/8 off the water lots, dry lots. But water lots maintain about a third or half of what they were worth. So it wouldn't be worth $2 million. The lady next door had a house she paid $900,000 for. It went up to $3 million. She didn't sell it. Now she's looking to sell it for $1 million. So it's not worth as what you think it was. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say thank you to everybody for stopping by, and we're going to end this live stream. I'll read Ed's last comment. Well, that might be so, Ed. I didn't say the U.S. market. I was very specific to the Florida Keys. There's no business in the Florida Keys. What can you open up in the Florida Keys? The food restaurants. The Florida Keys is a tourist. It's based on tourism, bars and restaurants and fishing. That's it. Ed Van Hagen. So restaurants have been closed for 7 or 8 months now. There's nothing left. It's just specific to the Florida Keys, and it's 100 miles from the tip of the Keys down to the bottom of the Keys. And when I left the Florida Keys, I'm talking very inexpensive hotel at mile marker 103. Now, I serviced their property for my landscaping. I serviced Ed and Ellen's personal house's property. So I knew Ed and Ellen. I knew them since 1995 because I stayed in his very inexpensive hotel, $40 a night in 1995. So in 2019, my friend Carl, who took me on an all expense paid vacation, we called up Ed and Ellen's. Well, I called them up from New York to find a place to stay because I knew Ed personally. And he told me that his hotel was charging $180, $185 a night. And with the 12% surcharge, it was like $204 for the night. And it's the same. He only has 6 rooms on the property. It's the same dingy wooden room hotel. So they wanted $200 a night, no breakfast, no dinner, no snacks, no on-site restaurant. So we stayed up in Homestead at a Holiday something. I don't remember the name of the hotel. And we paid he paid $150 a night with, oh God, the breakfast started at 5:30, full buffet, but unbelievable. The food was worth staying there. And you could take an apple and an orange from the buffet in the morning and a cup of coffee and a donut to go for the day. They didn't have any problem. You just put it on your table and you take it with you. So you couldn't do that in the Florida Keys. But so the room at the Holiday Inn by my house in Key Largo, when I left Key Largo in 2013, those Holiday Inn rooms were $250 a night. Now, this week, you go look at Holiday Inn at mile marker 100. Well, last year, when Carl and I looked, it was $550 a night in April, which is an off-season month. And the other hotel that they're associated with was $685 a night. So who's going to pay $685 a night? The place is empty, but that's what they want. So now the Florida Keys is destroyed from this economy. Okay, Ed. Yeah, doing the wheel on the dragon was war. The dragon was war. Impressive. Yeah, that was pretty cool. You have a good memory, Ed. Yeah, I remember. I was thinking about that last night. The propeller on my barge would go straight down, but it was on a stern drive unit that would go straight up. So when it went straight up, it was 12 feet out of the water. And the propeller was 66 inches, and it was a bronze propeller, weighed 900 pounds. And you could wash 100 cubic yards of sand away into the deep part of the canal in about an hour. And not that you were allowed to do that, but if you wanted to do it, you could do it. And it was very impressive. So, Ed, thanks for stopping by. Patrick Barker, I hope you left me your telephone number. See you soon. Peekaboo 2, thank you. Scott Del Fuego, thank you. Big Head Larry, escaping the Philippines, thank you for stopping by. And let's see who else. Shifting Gears, thank you very much for the idea. Yeah, nothing you could do, Shifting Gears. The only thing that you could do is become a member of my Patreon community, because I have a $1 level, but I'm not going to ask you to do that. When things get better and you want to help out, you could look into my Patreon page. And to be honest, a lot of stuff is at the $1 level, because if I know you, a lot of people become members of my Patreon page just for $1 or $3, and I don't know who they are, so I don't release every video to them. But the people who I know from YouTube that do that, I will make a point to get even them videos that I only post at the $20 or $50 level. But right now, during the recession, I wouldn't ask you to do that. LaRue Seagrass, thank you very much for stopping by, LaRue. Scott, again, always trying to make things smooth. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. And LaRue, I meant NYO, and talking about NYO, Supra, Salamat, thank you. And we did have a troll. Who's your news? Yeah, we had a troll. We see that's still what happened to Daisy. That was a year and a half ago. Thank you, Larry. Thanks for stopping by. The shill donated $50. That's crazy. I don't even, if that's Jay, maybe he's making a look at comeback. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Mickey Mason, thank you for stopping by. Peekaboo 2, I'm going to go look at your mail now. The shill, that's an amazing thing. But you know what? I'm going to go, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find out if I can subscribe to that channel. I want to see if it's Jay. The shill was a channel. It was a man named Jay who owned a bar. I think it was in Davao, and he tried to make a living here in the Philippines. Yeah, here it is, right here. This is him. Right, he hasn't been posted. That's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, that's the shill. I'm gonna subscribe to your channel right now. Here it is. Got 480 subscribers. And he used to post a lot of cool videos. He did some really cool shows. He also knew about investments in something called Bitcoin, which I know nothing about. I never saw a man operating Bitcoin from online. I know a guy who bought 7 Bitcoins when they were $750. And I heard that they went up to be worth 19,000, and they're down to 11, and they're back up now to over $10,000. But I don't know anything. But the shill was into that electronic currency, and yeah, this is him. His name is Jay. I won't tell you his last name, but thank you, the show. I'll leave that comment on your page. I'll just open up this video right here and say thank you, in case you had left before I got to your comment. Yeah, that was an odd thing that happened. The show, I guess he watches. A lot of people watch. I'm waiting for his channel to open up. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'll go back to the live stream. We have Scott P. Thank you for stopping by. 800 a day for him and my mid-sized X, 6 hours. Yeah, some people make a lot of money. I don't know what you do for a living, but $100 an hour for a man to be in business is cheap. You know, Scott P brings up a good point. I told you I wouldn't work for less than $100 an hour when I worked, and I would not. I didn't care if you didn't want me to do your job. I just would stay home and write my book, or go out on my boat, or go swimming, or go scuba diving. I didn't care if I worked or not. I was not so concerned. Things were good, making a lot of money. Always had money for the mortgage. The mortgage was for my 3 properties. For my 3 properties, for insurance, taxes, and bills. Electric, water bill for mine, and the other 2 properties was just over $7,000 $7,000 a month. That's what my bills were. And then I had to buy, that included fuel for the truck, fuel for the machine, fuel for the boat, fuel for the car. It included food, but it didn't include play. Like if I wanted to go scuba diving, that was $60 a day. But $100 an hour, you figure out how many hours you would have to work for $7,000 a month. I have to work 70 hours. That was no problem. Typically, my bills were paid in the first 14 days of the month because I made more than $100 an hour. But if you don't make $100 an hour now, and I'm not, and that's okay, you couldn't live anywhere in the world for what people make on YouTube. I don't give a shit. You might see a couple of guys making $100, $150. In America, I paid morons $50 an hour to load a truck with no education. I mean, these were people that were barely able to speak English. They were getting paid $250 an hour for 5 men to load a truck. Now, they were working hard, but if I wanted those men to come back and work for me to do anything, they wanted $50 an hour. Like, when I first met the owner of the company, I said, we'll give you Jerry Joe. So there's a different company I was going to hire. Jerry Joe comes. Guys, this guy, he's been a crackhead since 1970, straight up and down crackhead. No doubt about it. But he shows up for work and he works for a moving company. And I said to the owner of the moving company, I need a man for one day to help me move some heavy stuff. He goes, well, would it be all right if I send Jerry Joe? I said, sure. I know Jerry Joe since, I don't know, I guess I was about 10 years old when I met Jerry Joe. And he was just a baby. So he comes to this guy is going to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning. He shows up at 10:30. My friends, well, I think they showed up 8:30. And he had no reason for being late. And I already called up to get somebody else. And then it was, holy shit. The guy couldn't put the boxes with the labels facing the way we were going to take them out to put them onto the moving truck. So I made a hallway of boxes. I want all the labels facing in so that when they go on the truck, they'll be facing where you could see them. And I don't want the labels of the boxes that are going into the cargo container to be facing the walls of the cargo container. First, they have to go in the truck, then they have to go into the cargo container. I don't want that. He couldn't get that through his head, and he worked for a moving company for 25 years. So when I said to the owner of the moving company, I said, how much money do I owe this guy at the end of the day? He goes, I'll let you have him for $50 an hour. It's $50 an hour. He got to work a half hour late, and he doesn't even know to put the boxes in the right direction. He goes, what do you think you're going to get for $50 an hour? You're lucky you got him. We're done. You're not getting the job. I gave Jerry Joe his $50 an hour because he has to pay. Now, this was cash, too. But his boss says, I got to pay. His boss is full of shit. Piece of garbage, his boss is. That's what his boss is. A lying piece of shit. He came and gave me a price to do the whole job for $750. And the day after, his foreman comes to my house and to look at the job, because I told him I have one cargo container's worth of goods. On the phone, $750. His foreman comes to my house and tells me, it's a little more than so-and-so thought. I'm going to have to charge $1,700. So I escorted him out of the basement. But the next day I did need somebody to help me move something, and it was Jerry Joe. And then I said, how much money do I got? I'm paying him $50. What do you think you're going to get for $50 an hour? Well, for $50 an hour, I think I'm going to get a lot. I got nothing. I got a guy that smokes cigarettes all day, comes to work a half hour late, doesn't call me to tell me he's coming to work. He's on the phone for an hour of that 7.5 hours that he worked for me, and he doesn't listen to what I tell him to do. I tell him to do, and that's what you get. So for $50 an hour. So if he was worth $50 an hour, I should be worth $500. Owning a backhoe, owning a bobcat, owning a drill rig, having the insurance, having the licenses to do this, and you got a moron that smokes crack all night and comes to work during the day to move boxes, and he can't remember to put the boxes, and he gets $50 an hour. So what does that make me? So this guy Scott P saying he makes $100 an hour, that's cheap money for a guy in business. Okay, so Patrick Barker left a lot of comments. He's coming. You know what I'm thinking about Patrick Barker? I don't know that he's still here. Maybe I have him confused with somebody else. Patrick Barker, I don't know that you're still there, but I'll ask you the question. Are you the guy that wanted to send me? No. No, you're not. That was Dean. Dean wanted to send me money in I got you confused with some Dean wanted to send me money in Western Union to sing, to do singing, karaoke, and I won't do that. So I hope I told Dean to take his money back out of Western Union. That was almost a month ago. But Patrick Barker, are you the guy who wanted to send me 300 light switches? Is that the Patrick Barker? I hope you sent me your telephone number, because if that's the Patrick Barker, somebody wanted to send me 300 light switches that I don't need, nor did I want. Michael McFarland, thanks for stopping by, and we're going to go push the button down to the bottom again. These days, for many people, making $50 an hour is an illusion. There are Uber drivers out there making less than $12 an hour before expenses. I saw that, shifting gears. I saw last night, I was reading an article that Paris was shutting down on November 5th for 30 days, full lockdown, whatever that means. 30 days. I saw that on the news yesterday. By the way, I don't know, I should give you the name. I should give you the name of the news that I use. Only one. I use about 4 different news agencies, but I don't post the names of the news agencies on my channel, but I do use 4 different. And what I found is it's an Australian. Let me get you the name of it. Ed, if you want to read the real news, something that's not coming out of the American bullshit journal, for you right now, Ed. There's a news agency. It's called Aussie something. I'll get it. Sky News Australia. Sky come on. And these people gave me more information about the presidential elections than the Fox or Journal. They also will talk about Biden's son and what he did or didn't do. They're very clear on what he did and didn't do. And they're very clear that it's not fair that the American people aren't being told what he did or didn't do. So here's the name of the place, Ed, in case you want to look. If anybody wants to look it up, I'll just leave you the name. All righty. Thanks for watching. So we're going to say umping permeate. Of course, I'm going to think of something when I'm done to say, but I also, it's 24 hours since I got that wound on my leg, and I also wish to first take a bath because I haven't had the aircon on and it's hot here. And second, I want to clean that wound out and put some more medicine on it. Not that I don't feel it. It's not throbbing. I don't feel any pain. I'm moving my foot around. I have good circulation. Okay. And, but I do need to dress that wound. I need to address that. You guys, anyway, that's nothing. I've sewn up bigger gashes than that on my body over the years. I've been injured quite a few times. Unfortunately, that just goes with the territory. Anyway, thanks for watching. And God day to everybody from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. And Warren, as a side note, Warren only has 6 more treatments. And he can come to the Philippines, by the way. And that's the plan. That is the plan. Warren is not only working his angle of his deal from Australian local police, cyber crimes, and the federal police, as well as, listen carefully, Interpol is definitely making moves. Warren is not only going to work those moves from Australia, Sutherland Police, cyber crimes, Australian cyber crimes, the Australian Federal Police, and Interpol. Not only is he working those 4 angles, the first thing he does, the plane gonna punch me in the mouth because he got a long time ago. He decided that he was going to drink. He was going to drink some alcohol. And I said to him, don't do it. Don't do it. This is going back several months. And he's going, now I'm going to get drunk. And I'm going, don't do it. I know what it's like when you set out to get drunk. I did that about 2 or 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. And I was not the happy camper the next day. Don't do it. He goes, no, I'm going to get drunk. I haven't been drunk in a while. It was after he got out of chemotherapy and he was starting to feel better. And then what I did, I was a bad boy. I took out the mayonnaise, the jar of mayonnaise, and I just took a giant chunk of mayonnaise and I had a bottle of the water and I poured it into a shot glass. And I'm going, this is the day after he got drunk. He drank a whole bottle, whatever that he was drinking. And I started doing, just pouring the water in there and then like slathering some of the mayonnaise in with the shot glass. And I was telling him to pretend it was scotch or whatever, whiskey, whatever he was drinking. And he gave up the ghost right there. He just started blowing chunks all over. So he says he's going to punch me in the face for that. He never forgot that. So first thing he's going to do is punch me in the face. Then he's going to give me a big hug. Then we're going to relax for a couple of days. If we can go to Cebu we're going to look for, we're going to go to that Sea-Doo jet ski place and the Yamaha jet, and we're going to try to get one of those right away if everything goes well. That'll be the first thing that we do. Second thing we do is he's going to go straight and he's going to hire some people to do something in a legal manner, but not necessarily with the police. He's going to hire legal counsel, I think he called it. Legal counsel. That's the first thing that he's going to do. And so no matter what happens from either Australia or Interpol or the Philippines, he's going to do this, that, and the other thing. And that's his plan. Aside from everything else that's going on, that's his plan. Warren is a man with a plan. Man with a plan. But I like that jet ski plan. The jet ski will allow us to go fishing anytime we want, day or night, and allow us to travel around and see some beautiful water, and even it'll hold a tank, scuba tank, and the weights and stuff like that. We'll be able to go scuba diving off the jet ski. It's the big one. It's the big one. All right, I'm being Permy. Thanks for watching. Thank you, Scott, if you're still here. Any of my other wrenches that are still here, thank you very much. Bye-bye for now. I got something special coming up, too, but I didn't want to do, I wanted to do it today, but I didn't do it today, but maybe next week. Bye-bye.